there is a buried chronicle concerning the Vatican's beginnings, a hidden past kept quiet under ages of rock and silence. Long before the tall marble ceilings and the golden ornamentation, this very terrain was a necropolis, a resting place for the departed where belief first encountered the empire. Beneath the Vatican there are unseen chambers, prohibited documents, and the silent remains of those who secretly constructed its authority. Tonight we journey down into those forgotten spaces to reveal how this all started. If you find such mysteries engaging, make sure you subscribe. So settle down now, close your eyes, and allow the tale to begin. Under the bright lights of the city of Rome, beneath the footsteps of devoted travellers and the gaze of onlookers, there is a hidden, silent metropolis. It predates the Vatican as we recognise it now, even older than the religious institution itself. It is unseen from the main plaza or the grand marble steps, yet it exists, residing just below the surface, waiting in the gloom. Most visitors walk across Vatican City, completely unaware of the world lying underneath. They observe the enormous basilica, the smooth stone surfaces, the security personnel in their vibrant attire. But merely a few feet below them is an altogether different reality. A domain never touched by daylight, fashioned by emperors and sealed in stone long before a single pontiff wore the colour white. This land was once the edge of a massive empire. Before it was designated Vatican City, it was simply a hillside across the Tiber River, a tranquil area where the air smelled faintly of cypress trees and the smoke from funeral pyres. It was not considered consecrated ground back then. It served as a burial site, a spot for the overlooked. Wealthy Romans erected tombs along the ancient route called the Via Cornelia, their lineage inscribed into the stone barriers, their ashes interred within. No hymns were sung here, just stillness. But a significant event occurred that altered everything. Around the year 64, following a devastating conflagration that swept Rome, one man was sentenced to execution. His name was Peter, a fisherman who hailed from Galilee, a man without military strength, without residence, without nation. He was transported to a location near the hill, to a chariot track constructed by Emperor Nero. There, in the dirt of the Great Circus, he was executed by being nailed to a cross upside down. His followers maintained that he did not feel worthy to perish in the same manner as his mentor. They laid him to rest quickly in a shallow grave close to the burial spots of others. And then they departed. For many years there was no marker at the site, but gradually news circulated that this humble location, this simple grave, contained more than just a body. It held the recollection of a man who had walked alongside Christ. The hill evolved into a secret sanctuary for prayer. Adherents came under the cover of darkness, leaving offerings and whispered prayers, speaking Peter's name into the night. The Roman authority ignored this. Then Rome declined. This is the point where the narrative shifts. As the empire weakened, as its religious structures cracked and carved figures toppled, the grave persisted. And within the ruins of that neglected burial site, a new kind of authority started to emerge, not through weapons, but through remembrance, through belief, through quiet reverence. That concealed city beneath the Vatican is not merely a place of rest for the dead. It is the foundation of power, constructed over centuries by those who remembered the popes built higher. But the real power of the Church lies in what is situated beneath. What we observe today is the visible layer, but the true chronicle, the essential story, starts underneath, in the quiet, in the gloom, in the ground, where Peter passed away and history commenced to softly speak. The grave was never intended to last. It was shallow, unmarked, and rapidly forgotten by the leaders of that era. But that simple patch of earth positioned near the edge of an old Roman burial thoroughfare would eventually support the full weight of a global empire, not one based on military might, but a spiritual dominion that would spread across the globe and through every subsequent age. This is the story of how a single forgotten burial site became the nucleus of the Vatican. Peter's passing went unnoticed, without fanfare. He was put to death in the dust of a circus, not the kind filled with amusement, but the kind involving restraints and bloodshed. This happened some time after the massive fire that devastated a large section of Rome in the year 64. The Emperor Nero was desperate for someone to take the blame. Peter was already an old man. He had witnessed too much, travelled too widely, felt too much deep affection. His final request was modest. Not to suffer the same fate as Christ, but to be positioned lower. He was affixed to the cross, upside down. Legend holds that his body was removed discreetly by a small group of his followers. No guards, no religious officials. Just a few sorrowful individuals carrying what remained of a man who had once led multitudes with his spoken word. They buried him along the Via Cornelia, where the elaborate tombs of affluent Romans lined the road. It was an humble grave, scarcely noticeable, covered by scattered stones. The sort of place one walks right past and forgets about. But the passing of time altered everything. Years later, when the Christian faith was still outlawed, Peter's grave became a pilgrimage spot. Believers visited in secret. They brought oil lamps and etched symbols onto nearby masonry. Not names, not detailed prayers, but emblems of remembrance. The initial P, a simple drawing of a fish, a cross half concealed. Roman officials attempted to prevent this, but the visits continued, always in silence, always during the night hours. By the 3rd century, knowledge of the grave had propagated. A small shrine was erected above it. Not large, not prominently visible, just enough structure to keep it safe. The type of protection that quietly affirms a truth no ruler can ever obliterate. In that moment, Peter's resting place transcended being merely a spot of death. It transformed into a symbol of resistance, of conviction, of a spirit that simply refused to be buried. Then came the year 324. Constantine, the first Roman emperor to embrace the Christian faith, issued a command for a great church to be constructed. He selected that very hill, the place where Peter's remains were believed to be resting. But there was a complication. The location was already a massive cemetery. It was filled with numerous graves, tombs, and a rich history. To establish the church, Constantine's construction crew was forced to cover the entire slope in soil, effectively burying a city of the dead beneath what would eventually become St. Peter's Basilica. They never relocated the grave. They erected the main altar directly over it, a majestic platform of marble rising upon Peter's bones. And for every pontiff who succeeded, for every prayer offered in that magnificent cathedral, they stood on that same small piece of ground. The grave that was destined for oblivion became the bedrock upon which the entire Vatican is built. Long before the ringing of church bells echoed across Vatican City, before any pope wore white vestments or large gatherings filled St. Peter's Square, there was only undisturbed ground and stone. Underneath what is currently one of the most sacred sites globally, a forgotten city once existed, a city dedicated to the deceased. And in that quiet space, Rome concealed not just its former citizens, but secrets that would remain unknown for almost 2,000 years. The territory currently known as Vatican Hill was once situated just outside the city defences of ancient Rome. It was tranquil, bordered by trees and meandering paths, and it developed into the ideal location for internment. Roman legislation prohibited the burial of the dead within the municipal boundaries, so the affluent constructed familial crypts here, just beyond the hustle and bustle of Roman daily life. These were not simple, unassuming graves. They were permanent residences for the departed, featuring detailed, painted interior walls, decorative mosaic flooring, and carved stone figures to honour the individuals laid to rest within. The thoroughfare that traversed this hillside was the Via Cornelia, and along its route emerged a silent necropolis, a veritable city of tombs designed to ensure lasting memory. But not every individual buried here was continuously remembered. Over the centuries, as time progressed and powerful empires ascended and then collapsed, the engraved names grew faint, untended vegetation spread, stones deteriorated, and the once dignified monuments began to slowly crumble away. And gradually, this city of the deceased was gradually reabsorbed by the earth. Concealed beneath ages of history, it was widely assumed to be entirely lost. For many generations, no one recalled what truly rested beneath the foundations supporting St. Peter's Basilica. Even as popes addressed the masses from high balconies and devoted pilgrims filled the vast square above, they were unknowingly treading over an entire world of ancient silence. Then, in the early 20th century, during a discreet structural examination beneath the basilica, construction workers accidentally breached a stone wall. Their discovery was astonishing. There, concealed beneath layers of accumulated dust and long-forgotten stone, was an impeccably preserved Roman necropolis. Orderly rows of tombs, marble carvings, Latin script inscriptions, still remarkably clear after all those passing years. And within this complex labyrinth of burial chambers, a small, distinct area was noticeable. It was simple, entirely unadorned. A quiet, humble corner widely believed to be the actual burial site of Peter himself. The Vatican did not immediately disclose this stunning find. For an extended period, they meticulously examined the site under strict secrecy. Expert archaeologists and religious officials collaborated side by side, painstakingly removing centuries of debris, uncovering layer upon layer of forgotten lives. Ancient coins, oil-burning lamps, human bones, all carefully catalogued and analysed. The deeper they proceeded with the excavation, the more undeniable the true reality became. The Vatican had not been built upon an empty, vacant hill. It had been purposely erected over an entire city of the deceased, above tombs belonging to both adherents of pagan beliefs and Christians, resting places of both saints and high-ranking senators, all interred side by side beneath the ultimate seat of the entire Catholic Church. Today, that same necropolis remains situated beneath the Grand Basilica. It is dimly illuminated, constrained, and profoundly quiet. And while the vast majority of visitors will never be granted access to see it, its foundational presence is profoundly sensed. The immense influence of the Vatican emanates from genuinely sacred ground, but its historical roots penetrate deeply into the Italian soil, permeated with history and the legacy of sacrifice, enveloped in deep silence. The streets were deserted and quiet on the morning they arrived to take Peter. The sun had not yet risen above the tiled rooftops of Rome, and the early morning air still retained the cool moisture of the preceding night. He walked with measured slowness, his bare feet scraping against the dusty ground, his hands firmly restrained by rough rope. There was no crowd present to either cheer his captors or mourn his fate, only the distinct sound of the soldiers' deliberate footsteps trailing him and the gentle, muffled creaking of heavy wooden gates slowly opening. Peter's mandatory path led him steadily westward, taking him further away from the bustling core of the city, towards a desolate area most Roman citizens consciously avoided. This destination was the Circus of Nero, a long, relatively narrow arena deliberately nestled adjacent to the rising slope of Vatican Hill. Initially, it might have been mistaken for a mere location for public games, but Peter understood the reality. The circus was essentially a dedicated stage for organised cruelty. It was the very spot where fierce wild beasts brutally dismembered condemned prisoners, and where the powerful torches did not consume mere wax, but human flesh. Just a few years prior, Rome had suffered a devastating fire. The massive conflagration of 64 destroyed countless residences, numerous temples, and vital marketplaces. Many citizens held the strong conviction that Emperor Nero himself had initiated the fire. motivated by a desire to totally reconstruct the city according to his own personal, grandiose architectural vision. In urgent need of a readily available scapegoat, he readily placed the blame squarely upon the relatively small and vulnerable group of Christians. Peter, already clearly identified as a prominent leader of the burgeoning movement, was an immediate and easy target for persecution. As he drew closer to the circus grounds, Peter could faintly discern the distant low murmur of the surrounding guards and the soft metallic clatter of their protective armour. He offered no desperate pleas. He made no attempt to resist or fight back. This was certainly not the first occasion he had been arrested, faced dire threats, or forcibly dragged through public streets like a common criminal. But this particular time, he knew, with certainty, that it would be his final experience. The massive wooden cross stood starkly tall at the farthest point of the expansive arena. Unlike the common practice for others who were fixed in an upright position, Peter made a profoundly unusual request to be crucified upside down. He claimed a deep personal feeling that he was not morally worthy to die in the identical manner as his master, Jesus. The Roman guards readily consented, not out of any sense of compassion or mercy, but because the strange request lent the impending execution a more dramatic, more deliberately humiliating spectacle. They flipped the cross structure completely over. They forcibly hauled him up. And right there, amidst the dusty soil of the circus, Peter drew his very last breath. What many tend to forget is that this specific circus was commissioned and built by Nero, not as a straightforward public arena, but as a carefully concealed private garden setting for his twisted and depraved forms of entertainment. He intentionally lined the main pathway with crude torches fashioned from the burning bodies of human beings, lighting them using the flesh of the executed prisoners. That precise same ground where Peter finally died would later become the very spiritual heart of the entire Vatican. His death signalled not just a profound ending, but an essential beginning. Decades later, when the Emperor Constantine authorized the construction of the first basilica structure, he consciously chose to place the main altar exactly where established tradition claimed Peter had tragically fallen. Today, the enormous stone obelisk that once occupied a position within that original circus still proudly stands in the exact centre of St. Peter's Square. It has been relocated slightly from its initial fixed place, but its presence is never forgotten. It silently witnessed Peter's demise, and now it silently observes the devout pilgrims offering their prayers. The Vatican physically rose not merely from cut stone and fervent faith, but directly from profound sacrifice. And Peter's last, slow walk through the dust of Nero's circus remains one of the quietest yet most spiritually powerful moments in the comprehensive history of the Church. It stands there in profound silence, immensely tall and utterly immovable, casting its long shadow directly over the spiritual heart of the Vatican. Most people who stop to stand in St. Peter's Square perceive only a huge stone monument, a simple marker in the dead centre of the immense plaza. But this grand obelisk is far older than the entire Vatican institution, older even than the Christian Church itself. It was transported not by the authority of popes, but by the will of a Roman emperor. And the hidden secret it carries is embedded both in its ancient origin and its ultimate purpose. The imposing obelisk originated on the fertile banks of the Nile River. It was meticulously carved in ancient Egypt more than 2,000 years ago. It originally stood in the sunlit, bustling city of Heliopolis as a symbol dedicated to the powerful gods who watched over from the clear sky. But its removal was executed not in a moment of peace, but by sheer military might. Emperor Caligula, infamously known for his escalating madness and calculated cruelty, ordered its difficult transport across the vast sea to Rome, not to honour any established gods, but purely to serve as decoration for his own private circus. The very same arena where the Apostle Peter would eventually be crucified. To successfully move the massive obelisk, Caligula commanded the complex construction of one of the largest wooden sailing ships ever built up to that time. Slaves physically pulled it up the river, then painfully dragged the colossal stone through the crowded streets of Rome. It was finally raised with great effort in the absolute centre of the circus, serving not as any spiritual symbol of faith, but purely as a marker of the emperor's ultimate dominance. It silently presided over gladiator games, brutal executions, and the terrified screams of the dying. It stood firmly in the blood-soaked dirt, while the surrounding sand was stained red. Centuries slowly passed. The original circus eventually decayed into total ruin. The tall obelisk stubbornly remained. When the Vatican eventually rose from those ruins, the church leaders made the decision to allow the obelisk to remain standing in its place. Initially, it simply became a static part of the background scenery, but in the late 1500s, under the direct authority of Pope Sixtus V, a major decision was implemented that would forever redefine the layout of the square. He gave the command for the obelisk to be relocated, not an immense distance, but just enough to ensure its placement at the precise centre of St. Peter's Square. The massive task required hundreds of specialised workers, highly skilled engineers, and numerous draft horses to successfully complete the monumental undertaking. They utilised complex systems of ropes and pulleys, seriously risking their lives as the ancient stone monument swayed precariously high above them. One individual loudly shouted during the crucial raising operation, directly violating strict orders for absolute silence, to urgently warn that the lifting ropes were dangerously overheating and burning from the excessive friction. His timely warning successfully saved the obelisk from crashing down, and instead of facing severe punishment, he was publicly rewarded for his bravery. Today, the obelisk continues to stand exactly where they positioned it, directly facing St. Peter's Basilica. Most observers view it as a compelling symbol of unbroken continuity, a silent, enduring guardian of the Vatican's entire historical narrative. But it represents far more than just that. It serves as a stark reminder that the church structure rose not solely from the actions of saints, but also from the legacy of powerful emperors, the culture of pagans, and the historical bloodshed. Below the Christian cross now fixed upon its peak, there is an enduring legend that a precious fragment of the actual true cross rests securely sealed inside. However, no one has opened its container in many centuries. Regardless of whether it actually holds holy relics or merely accumulated dust, the obelisk casts a long shadow. It represents a hidden story that began within the ancient temples of Egypt, passed through the brutal madness of Caligula, and now stands fixed at the very centre of current Catholic power. It has silently witnessed death, subsequent rebirth, and long periods of deep silence, and it continues its eternal watch. It rose silently from the common ground like a profound whisper, transformed and stabilized into stone, not by formal permission, but by sheer relentless will. The very first church that was constructed on Vatican Hill should never have actually existed. It was in direct defiance of established Roman tradition, deliberately encroached upon sacred burial ground, and directly challenged the lasting memory of powerful emperors who had ruled using both the sword and fire. And yet by the specific year 324, a completely new type of empire had begun to firmly establish itself, and it chose to build its first major temple structure upon a single, forgotten grave. At the core of this seismic shift was the powerful figure of Constantine. He was not born into the Christian faith, nor was his character fundamentally shaped by the quiet solitude of monks or the uplifting songs of bishops. He was essentially a seasoned warrior, officially crowned by his numerous battle victories and constantly guided by personal visions. The story is told that before one of his most decisive military victories, he saw a glowing cross suspended high in the sky, and directly beneath it, the guiding words, "In this sign, you will conquer." That single pivotal moment would fundamentally alter not just the specific course of his entire life, but the spiritual future of the entire Western world. Although Constantine officially legalized the practice of Christianity, the city of Rome was still heavily saturated with numerous standing temples, dedicated to many different gods, and firmly bound by existing laws that had endured for many centuries. One such long-standing law expressly forbade the construction of any churches inside the protected city walls. But Constantine directed his gaze toward a precise location just beyond those walls. Vatican Hill, where a humble, unassuming grave site marked the enduring memory of the man simply known as Peter. No Roman emperor before him had ever sanctioned the construction of a temple structure for a mere fisherman. But Constantine was deliberately building more than just a place of worship. He was permanently inscribing a powerful message into solid stone, one that he intended to ultimately outlast every military general and every previously enacted law. There was, however, one unavoidable complication. The chosen site was considered sacred to the Romans, but for reasons entirely unrelated to Peter. It was the established location of a massive necropolis, a vast and deliberately constructed city dedicated to the dead. Elaborate family tombs meticulously lined the hillside, their walls richly adorned with vividly painted scenes of ancient myth and solemn remembrance. Roman families had been reverently interring their cherished loved ones there for multiple generations. To deliberately build over it was considered an unthinkable, deep transgression, but Constantine chose to proceed anyway. His professional engineers did not physically remove the existing tombs. Instead, they completely buried the entire necropolis under many tons of excavated earth, effectively creating a completely new, flat plateau. It was a symbolic act, as if Rome's ancient past had been carefully sealed beneath the rising feet of a new, ascending faith. At the highest structural point, positioned directly above the specific spot believed to contain Peter's bones, the builders reverently placed the central altar. This was done not by any accident nor by simple chance. The new grand church would structurally rise directly on top of the original grave site, and thus the original Basilica of St. Peter was officially born. A church structure that openly violated established rules, permanently buried entire cities, and stood deliberately defiant right at the very edge of the vast empire. It was not primarily constructed for its aesthetic beauty, though it possessed great beauty. It was not originally built purely for political power, though it would soon inevitably wield immense power. It was fundamentally built as an unmistakable signal to the entire world that the profound story of the Vatican was just beginning. A story characterized not by grand marble and precious gold, but by quiet, determined rebellion, by a faith demonstrably stronger than deep-seated fear, and of a church that was definitively never supposed to be rising exactly where it was now never supposed to be allowed to stand. The Vatican remains majestically tall today. Its immense domes and stately pillars are admired by many millions of people globally. But concealed beneath all that visible glory lies a profound, quiet truth. A major structural problem that the original builders purposefully dared not openly discuss. When Constantine definitively chose the very site for his immense basilica, he was not simply honouring the memory of Peter. He was also directly confronting a very dangerous question. What course of action do you take when the very foundation of your inevitable future securely rests on top of a literal city of the dead? Vatican Hill was no empty, simple construction canvas. It was already completely full, profoundly carved with deeply significant memory. Tomb after solemn tomb stretched deeply beneath the soil, collectively forming a densely packed Roman necropolis. This expansive burial ground had remained structurally untouched for centuries. These were not primitive, rough graves. They were essentially family houses constructed for the dead, permanently sealed with names and various prayers, richly adorned with intricate mosaics, and painted with dramatic scenes of myth and mournful loss. The deceased rested not in absolute darkness, but in clearly defined spaces, deliberately intended to be respectfully visited and perpetually remembered. Roman law had historically long protected all such burial grounds. To deliberately disturb them was not only strictly unlawful, but was also considered a profound spiritual transgression. But Constantine's sweeping vision left absolutely no feasible room for delay. He was determined to build the grand church of St. Peter directly over the specific grave of the apostle, and the only viable path to achieving that goal was to physically build right on top of the sprawling necropolis. The inherent conflict was stark and clear. Should he strictly preserve the ancient past, or construct something newly holy? He made the bold choice to attempt both. Instead of completely destroying the hundreds of existing tombs, Constantine's skilled builders executed a decision few could have possibly anticipated. They systematically entombed the city of the dead all over again. With great care, they systematically filled all the available gaps between the existing graves with packed earth and heavy stone, effectively creating a completely new ground level situated high above the original terrain. They intentionally buried the necropolis not out of any form of disrespect, but as a drastic measure to preserve it, keeping it deeply hidden, permanently protected, and securely sealed beneath the emerging future. It represented a strange, complex type of reverence. The entire old world would be effectively buried alive in order to structurally lift up the new one. But this profound act immediately provoked quiet questions. Whispers quickly circulated throughout the city. Had the powerful emperor ultimately gone too far in his ambition? Was it morally justifiable to deliberately erase a previously sacred location, even when motivated by a seemingly holy reason? Not every individual was in agreement. There were certain priests who genuinely feared that constructing a church directly over the dead would inevitably invite spiritual unrest. Some strongly believed that the restless spirits of the buried would refuse to truly sleep in peace, and yet the massive basilica continued its ascent. What absolutely no one knew back then was that this particular structural decision would intentionally conceal a deep mystery. For almost 2,000 long years, the complete necropolis would be entirely lost to the flow of time, fundamentally forgotten. Under the smooth marble floors and the gentle candlelight, the massive church structure continued its inevitable growth. Popes came and quickly went. Skilled artists meticulously carved ornate ceilings. Choirs sang beautiful hymns. And all the while an entire city of ancient tombs remained quietly intact, resting undisturbed beneath their very feet. It was not until the dramatic arrival of the 20th century that the ancient necropolis was finally rediscovered. A forgotten entire world perfectly preserved precisely because it had been deliberately buried. And within that secret, hidden layer of Vatican history, archaeologists finally located much more than just ancient stone and mere dust. They unearthed tangible evidence of Peter and of the dedicated men and women who had died firmly believing in a truth far greater than themselves. To successfully construct the future, the early church had intentionally buried the past, and in taking that dramatic action, they unknowingly protected one of the greatest and longest-kept secrets in all of Vatican history. It all began as a powerful, unspoken promise, not a promise secured with sharp swords or waving banners, but one ultimately cemented with rough stone, intense human effort, and deep silence. When Constantine decisively ordered the challenging construction of a church directly above the presumed grave of Peter, it represented much more than a simple gesture of Christian faith. It was a bold declaration that from the profound significance of this single grave site would ultimately rise something truly eternal, a designated location to gather not formidable armies, but countless human souls. And so, brick upon sturdy brick, under the intense Roman sun, the very first St. Peter's Basilica structure was built. A church structure unlike any other built previously, considered the spiritual mother of all subsequent churches. This original basilica was fundamentally different from the one we see standing today. It did not possess a soaring dome, nor a ceiling adorned with gold, nor the constant crowds of modern tourists. It stood relatively wide and structurally low, with exposed wooden beams and a very long open nave that naturally drew the eye toward the distant altar. Natural light streamed powerfully in through high-set windows, cutting dramatically across rising clouds of heavy incense and gently resting on polished marble floor tiles. In its earlier structural days, the walls remained completely bare. The supporting columns were simple and plain. But to the dedicated pilgrims who constantly journeyed there, it was already esteemed as being more precious and sacred than any immense palace. They reverently referred to it as a house of God, but in reality, it was also profoundly a house of enduring memory. Deep beneath the central altar, intentionally concealed behind numerous layers of protective earth and heavy stone, rested the precise location where Peter's mortal body was strongly believed to lie. The faithful came in quiet, reverent lines, some with bare feet, some openly weeping in grief. They carefully lit small candles and left sincere offerings. They gently touched the cold stone surface and softly whispered their fervent prayers. For a great many, to humbly kneel in that powerful space was to briefly touch the very edge of something eternal and enduring. But this basilica was constructed to be more than just a holy site. It was also a profoundly political statement. With each passing year, succeeding popes continuously added to its scale and grandeur. Elegant marble columns were repurposed from older, dismantled pagan temples. Massive bronze doors were intricately carved with meaningful symbols of Christ and powerful kings. A huge, ornate canopy was eventually raised directly over the main altar, lavishly draped in gold leaf and an air of deep mystery. Bit by bit, the church steadily grew into a formidable fortress of awe-inspiring beauty, deliberately designed not only to strongly inspire profound faith, but also to clearly demonstrate to the entire world that the Vatican was no longer a mere whisper existing in the shadows. It was steadily transforming into a powerful, authoritative voice. Yet, the attainment of such power inevitably invites deep questions. Some people openly questioned, why was Peter, a simple, humble fisherman who passionately advocated for personal poverty, now being intensely honoured with riches and luxury far beyond any human imagination? Others openly wondered what profound secrets were currently being carefully guarded within the church's sacred walls. Numerous precious relics mysteriously disappeared. Names were slowly carved into the surfaces of long-forgotten tombs. Persistent rumours circulated regarding locked inaccessible rooms and crucial missing religious scrolls. And still, the massive basilica structure stood firmly. For more than 1,000 years, it silently witnessed countless empires rise to prominence and then eventually collapse. It remarkably survived devastating wars, catastrophic fires, and even long periods of intentional silence. And though the original structure was eventually formally torn down and subsequently replaced by the even grander cathedral structure we see dominating the skyline today, the enduring memory of that pivotal first church persists in the historical stones deep below. It was originally constructed with the primary purpose of protecting a vulnerable grave. It ultimately evolved into the powerful, undisputed seat of an entire global religion, and within its quiet, most sacred corners, it still powerfully holds the tangible echo of that initial essential promise. The promise that from the singular death of one man would ultimately rise something far too powerful to ever be permanently erased. A spiritual mother not just to a single church, but to every institution that would faithfully follow its example. The main altar, situated at the very heart of St. Peter's Basilica, is both breathtakingly grand and profoundly quiet. Standing directly beneath a towering, magnificent bronze canopy that visually seems to reach toward the heavens, pilgrims respectfully walk past in deep silence, many entirely unaware that they are literally walking directly above one of the most enduring and great mysteries in all of Vatican history. For deep beneath that imposing altar lies something carefully concealed, something deeply sacred, something not yet fully proven by science, but profoundly and deeply believed by millions. It is widely claimed to be the final, ultimate resting place of the Apostle Peter, and for countless centuries that powerful, unwavering belief structurally shaped the very foundation of the entire Vatican institution. But the full, unvarnished truth is undoubtedly more complex than the simple legend. When Constantine initially authorized the construction of the original basilica structure in the early 4th century, he did so primarily to honor the sacred memory of Peter. Tradition strongly maintained that Peter had been humbly buried on Vatican Hill following his brutal crucifixion in the infamous Circus of Nero. Constantine's dedicated builders intentionally raised the main altar directly over that precise spot, effectively sealing it and its mystery beneath protective layers of stone and marble. No detailed written records were ever formally left documenting the process. No public or obvious signs were ever placed to clearly mark the exact location. The original gravesite slowly became a memory profoundly wrapped in protective legend, diligently guarded not by armed soldiers, but by the enduring weight of complete silence. For more than 1,000 years, absolutely no one dared to disturb the spot, not out of any genuine fear, but out of deeply held religious reverence. To question its veracity would be to fundamentally question the deep spiritual roots of the Church itself. And so, the secret remained securely buried until the sudden arrival of the 20th century, when a quiet, meticulous excavation process finally began. The archaeological work was necessarily extremely delicate. Vatican employed archaeologists meticulously moved through the narrow, tight passages directly beneath the enormous basilica, carefully brushing away centuries of accumulated dust, and precisely recording every single geological layer. What they ultimately discovered was astonishingly significant. Deep beneath the main altar rested a visible structure known as the Trophy of Gaius, an ancient religious monument purposefully built in the 2nd century. It stood directly above a small, rudimentary burial site, which was itself surrounded by various other tombs. Greek inscriptions clearly etched into the nearby walls included one that distinctly read, "Peter is here." In a closely positioned niche, human bones were finally discovered. They were determined to belong to a man of relatively strong build, estimated to be aged between 60 and 70 years old at the time of death. The fragmented bones had been reverently wrapped in a luxurious purple cloth intricately woven with delicate gold thread. But critically, they were not located inside the specific grave itself. They had been carefully moved, perhaps intentionally hidden, and subsequently placed within a protective wall directly behind the monument. The one simple question that has profoundly haunted the Vatican ever since the discovery is this: were these truly Peter's earthly remains? Some firmly believe that they are the genuine article. Others remain understandably cautious and skeptical. The Vatican has never publicly claimed absolute certainty, only enduring faith. In 1968, Pope Paul VI formally announced that the bones had been identified in a definitive way which we can consider convincingly established. But he intentionally stopped short of declaring it an absolute certainty. To this very day, the bones themselves remain situated deep beneath the main altar, securely sealed in profound silence. Few chosen individuals are ever allowed to personally view them. Even fewer are officially allowed to speak of their origins or authenticity. But every single time a Mass is formally celebrated above that spot, every single time a sincere prayer rises up beneath the majestic dome, the profound secret beneath the altar quietly breathes on beneath the thick stone. A perpetual mystery carefully wrapped in cold marble, unwavering faith, and the silent dust of time. They physically rise like powerful arms reaching out to the heavens. Immensely massive and utterly motionless, intricately carved with deep, quiet purpose. The numerous supportive pillars of St. Peter's Basilica represent far more than just mere stone structures. They are enduring symbols. Each one was purposefully placed not just to structurally support the immense weight of the towering dome, but also to uphold something far deeper, the overwhelming weight of apostolic authority. These particular pillars tell a significant story that many passing visitors never truly hear, a profound narrative of enduring succession, unquestionable authority, and a divine mystery carefully passed from one man's hand to the next, spanning many centuries. To fully grasp the significance of these pillars, one must first mentally return to the original figure of Peter. He was certainly not an educated scholar. He was definitively not a noble aristocrat. He was a simple, working fisherman, abruptly called away from the quiet shores of Galilee by a life-altering voice. Jesus intentionally gave Peter not immense wealth, but sacred keys, not powerful armies, but transformative words, and those sacred keys instantly became much more than a simple symbol. They became a formal claim that Peter, and specifically those who faithfully followed his ministry, would spiritually carry the delegated authority of heaven right here on earth. The ancient Christian community relied heavily on this guarantee. During periods of great upheaval, when rulers persecuted them, and when believers were pursued and dispersed, the bishops who inherited Peter's authority clung tightly to that continuing lineage. Through written documents, ceremonial acts, and quiet prayers, they passed this power down, not through blood relation, but through physical contact. One bishop placed hands upon another, one voice affirmed the next. This unbroken line of succession became the core foundation of Catholic strength, and it is this authority, this continuous thread, that the Vatican later chose to immortalize in stone. Inside the immense basilica, above the sacred burial sites and the altars, stand huge columns of marble that circle the central area. At first glance, they might seem like mere decoration, but if you observe them closely, you will discover carved into them the likenesses and names of every pope, beginning with Peter and extending to the current day. They are not loud or ornate. They do not sparkle. Instead, they stand silent and steadfast, as if supporting something unseen. Each column recounts the next segment of the history. Every name engraved into the marble functions as a link in the chain of command. And at the focal point of it all, beneath the great dome, rests the burial site of Peter, his physical remains below, his name towering above, and the accumulated force of centuries occupying the space between. This grand edifice is not simply an architectural feat. It is a declaration carved in marble and shadow that the Vatican's authority is founded not on popular opinion or passing favour, but on something far more ancient. The concept that a singular man, given divine keys by Christ, transferred them to others, and the church that claims those keys possesses the right to govern. Not everyone has agreed with this claim, however. Over the ages, royalty has resisted it, thinkers have challenged it, and revolts have sought to dismantle it. Yet the pillars remain standing, because in the view of the Vatican, the true authority lies not just within Peter's tomb, it resides in the line that originates from it. A lineage etched into stone, inscribed into historical records, and safeguarded by the columns that hold the entire structure firm. There was a period when the Vatican lacked protective walls, boundaries, and a royal seat. A time when the popes, although vested in holy attire, held no territory of their own. They governed from borrowed royal residences, walked beneath damaged ceilings, and affixed their signatures to documents on unstable wooden tables. Even without armies or treasury, their pronouncements swayed monarchs. This was the era of popes without earthly thrones, and it profoundly shaped the very essence of the Church. Following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century, the city of Rome became a desolate version of its former glory. The massive temples were decaying. The water channels ran dry. The avenues were filled with quietness. What endured was not political might, but memory. And within that preserved memory, the spiritual leader of Rome, the Pope, began to acquire prominence. But he did so without a royal head covering. While other authorities seized land through military action and conquest, the popes possessed only sacred writings and devotion. They were unable to lead soldiers, but they were proficient in writing communiques, and their messages carried a force no weapon could rival, a spiritual command that purported to originate from the divine realm. In the initial centuries, popes acted as protectors of religious doctrine, not as rulers of a nation. They delivered their addresses in decaying churches and conducted meetings in the faint glow of candles. They confronted warfare, sickness and hunger without any fortified stronghold for defence, and their influence consistently expanded. The underlying reason lay in an intangible quality. Where other leaders governed through intimidation, the popes ruled through spiritual reverence. They served as the spokesman for the one they referred to as the Good Shepherd. And their words transcended national borders. In time, powerful rulers began to show deference not only to God but to the man in Rome who asserted the right to speak on his behalf. Yet this increasing spiritual authority brought with it friction. Eastern emperors residing in Constantinople viewed the Pope not as a co-equal leader, but as a defiant bishop who refused to conform. And nearer to Rome, local nobility observed the Vatican cautiously, apprehensive of its widening influence. For several hundred years this delicate equilibrium persisted. The popes remained without land, yet they were the ones who crowned emperors. They lacked formal thrones, yet they determined the fate of nations. It was a contradiction that puzzled the entire world. How could a leader without military forces exert such profound respect? The answer likely rests not in wealth or military conflict, but in fundamental belief. The conviction that the spiritual keys given to Peter still contained immense power. That even without physical barriers, the Vatican was a realm composed of spiritual faith and durable stone. But this subtle form of rule was destined to change. Eventually, the Church would cease to be satisfied existing without territorial ownership. It would seek formal borders, diplomatic agreements, and financial resources. And what began as a humble voice in a devastated city would evolve into one of the most commanding institutions on the entire planet. Before protective walls were erected, before the Swiss guards stood watch at the entrances, the Vatican was merely a concept, an esoteric power carried by individuals who held no royal seat but still laid claim to dominion over the world. It is easy to envision Rome as a tranquil place, where holy figures walked and the Vatican established its authority peacefully. But concealed beneath that public perception is a reality the Church seldom discusses. There were battles, fierce, destructive battles that ravaged the city streets, destroyed holy sites, and forced popes to flee for safety. These were not holy crusades or honourable engagements. These were grim incursions when adversaries breached the city and attempted to extinguish its spiritual essence. The first such event occurred in the year 410, when the Visigoths, under the leadership of Alaric, penetrated the city, like a dark shadow descending upon history. Rome, the former epicentre of a mighty empire, was systematically pillaged. Churches were not protected from damage. Religious documents were set ablaze. Tombs were opened and their valuable contents removed. The populace who had trusted their faith would protect them were left grieving in the public squares. The Vatican, still nascent and vulnerable, was powerless. The Pope at that time, Innocent I, escaped and witnessed from a distance as his city was utterly defeated. Then came another assault. In the year 455, the Vandals sailed across the water and engaged in the destructive actions their name would forever suggest. They committed extensive vandalism. This time, the devastation was worse. They remained for 2 weeks, smashing sculptures, setting fire to residences, and transporting anything of value away. The Vatican's treasures, including ancient writings and holy relics, were packed onto vessels and vanished into the sea mist. Some accounts suggest those relics still reside in remote locations along the North African coastline, guarded by descendants who no longer recall what they are protecting. The church endured, but it was fundamentally altered. A few decades later, Rome encountered perhaps its most intimidating adversary, the Ostrogoths. They arrived not only to loot, but to assume control. In the beginning of the 6th century, the city found itself caught in the middle of a prolonged and intense conflict between the Ostrogoths and the forces of the Eastern Roman Empire. Structures were demolished, water channels were severed, severe hunger took hold. The devoted, who had once knelt before gold-plated altars, were now begging for sustenance amidst the debris. During this period, popes were in a precarious situation. Some aligned themselves with the Goths, hoping to protect the city. Others were accused of disloyalty by the Byzantine forces. One pope, Silverius, was apprehended, stripped of his position, and sent into isolation, all because he chose the incorrect alliance. And still, the Vatican persisted. Once the fighting ceased, the Church slowly started the process of reconstruction. But a fundamental change had taken place. Rome had learned a difficult lesson. Authority without adequate protection was easily lost. Belief without the means of defence could be shattered. The Vatican started collecting more than just devout followers. It began acquiring land, forming alliances, and meticulously, secretly maintaining documentation within what would later become the Apostolic Archives. These past conflicts were not forgotten. They were concealed, not out of shame on the part of the Church, but because it understood that memory itself is a form of power. And sometimes the most potent stories are those that barely manage to survive. The air brought more than simple dust through the pathways of Rome. It carried an illness. In the year 590, the city was enveloped in quietness, broken only by sounds of coughing and the abnormally loud echoes of footsteps in deserted, narrow streets. A deadly sickness had swept over Rome, transforming previously full churches into sites of deep sorrow. Bodies lay along the routes. Bells chimed not for celebratory events or religious services, but for the deceased. The Vatican, like every other part of the city, was overwhelmed by tragedy, and centrally located in all this suffering was a man named Gregory. He had never sought the position of power. Born into a distinguished family, Gregory had previously served as a municipal official. However, he resigned his post, converted his residence into a religious community, and chose a life dedicated to spiritual contemplation and solitude. That chosen silence was interrupted when the Church summoned him to lead. He resisted the call. He even attempted to run away. But destiny, or a higher purpose, placed the papal signet into his hand. And so he became Pope Gregory I, who later earned the title Gregory the Great. The source of his greatness was not financial wealth or military success. It was a profound spiritual action. During the darkest period of the epidemic, Gregory was convinced the only way to alleviate the widespread suffering was to redirect the focus of Rome toward the spiritual realm. He commanded a massive public procession. 7 separate groups of people, each guided by religious officials, were to move through the streets, chanting prayers, carrying sacred objects, and pleading for divine intervention. The populace joined, carrying their deep-seated anxiety through the city like a heavy garment. they progressed toward the ancient burial structure of Emperor Hadrian, a location already rich with historical significance. And there, according to the popular account, Gregory witnessed an event that permanently altered the Vatican's narrative. Above the mausoleum, a figure materialized, tall, radiant, and winged. An angel. With no sound, it lowered its weapon and placed it back in its sheath. Gregory interpreted this as an indication that the epidemic would cease, and within a few days, the death rate diminished. The Vatican proclaimed it a miracle. The mausoleum was renamed Castel Sant'Angelo, the Fortress of the Holy Angel. And the narrative was shared not only in written form, but through spoken accounts, serving as a reminder that the divine sometimes responds in subtle ways. But Gregory's exceptional leadership encompassed more than supernatural visions. He restructured the church internally, systematized the order of worship, composed hymns that are still sung in holy places, and dispatched missionaries to regions where the name of Rome was barely known. Yet throughout his tenure, he maintained humility. He referred to himself as the servant of the servants of God, a designation every subsequent pope continues to use. In private, Gregory also began accumulating documents, correspondence, and religious texts. Some of these would eventually form the initial collection of the Vatican Library. Others disappeared into secrecy, secured, judged too potent or potentially disruptive for public consumption. Gregory led the Church during a time of extensive mortality and anxiety, but his communication style, calm and unwavering, was instrumental in guiding the Vatican from uncertainty toward stability, accomplished not through coercion but through spiritual conviction, not with armed forces, but with a gentle yet firm direction. The Vatican was devoid of sound, its interiors muted by layers of grime and the residual smell of burning fuel. For the first time in several hundred years, there was no sitting pope in Rome, no commanding voice addressing the public from an elevated platform, no illumination emanating from the apostolic palace. The revered position of Peter was unoccupied, and the central location of the church had relocated, driven not by invasion, but by apprehension, political manoeuvring, and influence. This marked the commencement of an unusual and frequently overlooked historical period, known as the Avignon Residence. The year was 1309. Pope Clement V, a figure whose origin was in France rather than Italy, made a quiet but monumental decision that would forever change the trajectory of church history. He declined to relocate to Rome. Instead, he chose to establish his base in the city of Avignon, situated near the Rhone River. It offered tranquility, safety, and the surrounding French nobility guaranteed protection. The entire papal administration followed suit, carefully placing its classified information into transport containers and its governing authority into official correspondence. Rome, exhausted by conflicts and civil disturbances, observed as its central power migrated across the mountain ranges. From that specific moment forward, the popes resided in self-imposed exile. For approximately 70 years, 7 successive popes governed from Avignon, geographically distant from the Vatican. They asserted their leadership, yet paradoxically their power only intensified behind the formidable stone fortifications of their newly constructed palace. The popes transformed the church into a more structured entity, more financially prosperous and efficiently managed. Administrative staff filled the expansive interiors, official papers were reproduced and officially sealed. Financial contributions from all over Europe flowed in steadily. It was no longer an environment centered on simplicity and religious speeches, but rather on financial records, ink, and political strategy. Rumours began to circulate widely. Many people believed the Pope had become overly influenced by the French monarchy. Opponents labelled the situation the Babylonian captivity of the Church, referencing the ancient deportation of the Jewish people. Communications exchanged between Rome and Avignon reveal an escalating sense of unease. Some religious personnel maintained their loyalty to the established traditions of the Vatican. Others, motivated by fear or personal ambition, shifted their allegiance to the newly formed court. But stability was not universal. During the period of exile, covert agents were dispatched back to Rome to monitor internal instability. Some vanished without a trace. Others returned reporting evidence of damaged religious structures, stolen sacred objects, and competing bishops asserting unauthorized leadership. One highly placed religious official allegedly sent secret letters concealed within the lining of his clerical garments, detailing plans to orchestrate the return of the papacy to Rome without gaining official French approval. In the year 1377, a single woman had a dramatic impact on the course of events. Catherine of Siena, a revered religious figure who claimed to receive divine visions, journeyed to Avignon. She engaged in a meeting with Pope Gregory XVI and communicated with such intensity that he agreed to return to Rome. Some sources suggest she cautioned him of imminent catastrophe if he chose to remain. Others propose she reminded him of the continuing presence of Peter's skeletal remains, still interred beneath the main altar. In a city abandoned by its spiritual head, Gregory commenced the journey back home. But the extended absence left lasting psychological damage. The subsequent years were characterized by disarray, fractionalization, and even multiple competing popes laying claim to the identical religious title. And yet, despite all the turmoil, the Church endured. Because even when authority is displaced, it is never permanently lost. It merely lies concealed, waiting for the optimal time for its re-establishment. The Pope's arrival back in the city was to a populace that scarcely remembered his importance. After almost 70 years away, the move back to Rome was not celebrated with great triumph, but rather met with a quiet but pervasive sense of disappointment. The public spaces were deteriorating, the water sources were dried up. Criminal elements inhabited areas where religious leaders once strolled. Plant life emerged through the cracked marble surfaces, and wild animals were rumoured to wander the outskirts after nightfall. Rome had become a spectral reflection of its past religious and imperial dominance. Yet this was the very location the Church had resolved to reclaim. When Pope Gregory XIII returned from his time in Avignon in the year 1377, he anticipated encountering armed resistance. What he experienced was something far worse: apathy. The Vatican structures were run down and largely deserted. St. Peter's Basilica, once the pinnacle of Christian reverence, was in a state of collapse. Its structural supports were leaning, its stone exterior was disintegrating. In certain sections, only birds remained. The city that had once held sway over the known world now appeared to be utterly forgotten by it. The Vatican possessed spiritual authority but lacked physical stability. It commanded financial resources but had no defensive walls. And it faced constant adversaries, competing factions engaged in violent confrontations in the streets. Wealthy families utilised the extended absence of the popes to seize properties. The Church's own high-ranking officials, fractured by decades of political manoeuvring and infighting, disputed every single issue, including the rightful claimant to the spiritual seat of St. Peter. Within a year of Gregory's return, he passed away. What ensued was utter disorder. 2 separate popes were concurrently chosen, one in the Italian city of Rome and one in the French territory. Subsequently, a third candidate emerged from Pisa. For a span of nearly 40 years, the Western Church was fragmented into competing pieces, each one asserting absolute truth, each one demanding complete allegiance. It was formally termed the Western Schism, but it felt more like the slow dissolution of religious conviction. Priests were uncertain of which leader to obey. Religious communities across Europe were plunged into pervasive confusion. The Vatican, already weakened by the long years of separation, seemed poised on the verge of total collapse. But the narrative did not conclude at that point. In the early 1500s, following generations of disagreement and turmoil, a transformative decision was reached that would permanently alter the visual presentation of the Vatican. The original basilica, the one constructed under Emperor Constantine, was decreed for demolition. In its exact place, a completely new St. Peter's would be erected, a building more expansive, more durable, and more visually magnificent than anything Rome had ever before witnessed. The existing wreckage would not be restored. It would be entirely concealed. This undertaking was more than simple physical building. It represented a thorough spiritual renewal, a profound statement that the Church had successfully overcome its darkest historical periods and was fully prepared to re-establish itself, functioning not only as a location for spiritual devotion, but as a dominant force in governmental affairs, cultural development, and artistic endeavour. And yet, even as the new foundations were being laid, and massive marble blocks were shaped, classified information from the distant past was silently enclosed. Beneath the new stone construction, the long-forgotten layers of ancient Rome remained undisturbed, buried, and still holding their secrets. The return to Rome was fundamentally about more than just physical buildings and churches. It was about firmly reasserting a sense of the sacred and the mysterious. And in the Vatican's spectacular re-emergence from destruction, not everything was brought back to the surface. Some elements were deliberately intended to remain hidden. They arrived from all regions of Europe, summoned not by heads of state but by the popes, brilliant designers, stoneworkers, artistic sculptors and skilled painters, each one individually selected, each bringing with them more than just their professional abilities. The Vatican, physically emerging from its ruinous state, required a renewed spiritual core. And so, in the early 1500s, work commenced on what was destined to become the most magnificent church ever constructed. But beneath the temporary structures and preliminary architectural drawings, a subtle sense of apprehension began to develop, because some of those involved in the construction started to notice things that they were never meant to observe. Bramante was the initial one. An exceptionally skilled master builder from Urbino, he possessed monumental artistic concepts. Immense supporting columns, a perfectly formed central dome, and a visual scheme that would evoke profound emotion even in former Roman emperors. He explored the remains of the old basilica, studied the tombs located beneath the ground level, and ordered clandestine archaeological digging. The discoveries he made there he never discussed openly. However, his personal notes, later secreted away within the Vatican Library, included illustrations not depicting religious buildings but of lengthy subsurface tunnels, hidden passageways, and unusual symbols inscribed into the hard stone. Before the initial segment of the new basilica was officially placed, Bramante passed away. Then came Raphael, the celebrated artist known for his graceful and luminous work. He was youthful, exceptionally talented, and highly trusted. But as his public recognition grew, so too did his inquiries. He asked for detailed information about the overall layout of the Vatican grounds. He expressed confusion as to why certain entry points led to rooms that appeared to be permanently disused, why particular stairways seemed to descend without end. He created large religious paintings filled with subtle, hidden meanings. Human figures with eyes that appeared to be observing, hands that indicated no discernible object, books rendered with no identifying titles. He died unexpectedly at the young age of 37. Some attributed his death to a high temperature, others suggested a different, unspoken cause. Following Raphael, the responsibility fell to Michelangelo. A man of intense creative passion and monumental artistic vision, he did not grant trust easily, and he generally preferred to work in isolation. When he was commissioned to create the frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, he refused any assistance, even though the intense labour nearly destroyed his physical health. He perceived the Vatican for what he believed it truly was, not simply a location for religious devotion, but a heavily fortified repository of secrets. During the construction phase of St. Peter's Dome, Michelangelo fundamentally altered the blueprint halfway through the process. Officially, this change was implemented to enhance the structural stability, but those closest to him suggested he was afraid of something unseen. He began carving subtle markings into the large stone blocks. Not conventional letters, but distinct symbolic shapes resembling spiritual seals. A small number of these markings still exist today, generally overlooked by visitors, their edges smoothed by the slow passage of time. Many of these creative individuals were profoundly religious, but they also fully understood that the blend of political power and deep spiritual mystery was never far apart within the confines of the Vatican, and when they posed too many probing questions, their personal correspondence stopped arriving, their formal records disappeared, or their names were gradually removed from the very structures they helped to erect. The Vatican was undergoing a significant process of re-establishment. It was becoming larger, more formidable, and far more splendid. But its breathtaking beauty was achieved at a hidden price. Beneath every perfectly finished marble surface lay crucial decisions that were never recorded in religious texts. The various builders created more than a single church. They essentially constructed a deceptive facade, and some of them, those individuals who acquired too much knowledge, were never heard from again. When the enormous dome of St. Peter's Basilica finally rose above the clustered rooflines of Rome, its impact went beyond merely finishing a religious building. It became a powerful observer, a silent sentinel, a manifestation of authority so overwhelming that it no longer required verbal expression. From the exact moment its pinnacle reached the sky, the Vatican's dome oversaw everything below it. Michelangelo, aged and physically exhausted, was the person who gave it its tangible shape. He had already depicted the spiritual heavens across the ceiling inside the Sistine Chapel. But this specific dome was unlike his previous work. It was not designed to contain ethereal beings. It was explicitly designed to cast imposing shadows. Its elegant curves followed structural principles passed down from antiquity. They incorporated not only Christian architectural ideas, but subtle echoes of Roman temples and ancient Greek mathematical principles. Even the foundational form itself, a perfect geometric circle situated upon a square base, reflected concepts that predated the establishment of the church. As the dome took shape, one layer of stone added upon the next, Michelangelo largely performed his work during the late hours of the night. Not because he deliberately avoided the daylight, but because he deeply desired complete quiet. He often remarked that the Vatican's most significant truths were revealed most clearly in the darkness. He would ascend the scaffolding carrying only a simple hand lamp, draw symbolic figures in the ambient dust, and then carefully wipe them away before the next sunrise. Some observers believed he was experiencing mental instability. Others were convinced he was actively safeguarding some critical piece of information. When the dome reached completion, it stood like a magnificent crown, the highest structural feature in the entire city of Rome. From its elevated vantage point, a single observation could encompass the entire city, taking in the flowing Tiber River, the ancient non-Christian ruins, and the newly erected centres of political dominance. But the critical fact that most people never understood is that the dome was not primarily built to observe the world outside. It was specifically constructed to observe the area within. Directly beneath its massive weight, under countless layers of finely crafted stone and precious metals, stands the main altar. And directly beneath that altar lies a burial site rumoured to contain the physical remains of the original apostle, Peter. The dome, the altar, the tomb are all perfectly aligned along a single vertical axis, as if by intentional supernatural planning. However, some historical experts suggest that this precise alignment is more than just symbolic coincidence. They believe the dome pinpoints a location of far deeper significance, a concealed chamber, a secure vault that was purposefully sealed before Michelangelo was ever even shown the preliminary architectural drawings. In later historical periods, a few engineering specialists observed unusual inconsistencies within the building's blueprint. Rooms that had no clear access points, large empty cavities situated directly behind solid stone walls. One construction assistant, an apprentice stonecutter, was reportedly missing for a full 2-day period while working on necessary repairs. Upon his eventual return, he refused to utter a single word, only stating that the dome knows. He then abruptly departed from Rome and was never seen again by his peers. Other individuals have attempted to meticulously chart the complex internal structure, yet their detailed sketches invariably go missing without explanation. Some theorists suggest that the Vatican quietly modifies the publicly accessible official architectural plans, systematically eliminating the presence of certain hidden corridors and sealed entryways. The dome, they are convinced, is a functional component of a much more extensive secret design, a critical physical key to unlocking something still deeply buried. For the everyday religious travellers below, it serves as a powerful symbol of spiritual reassurance. For the ordained religious figures, it represents a visible reminder of divine oversight. But for a very small and select group, it continues to represent a profound enigma. It is not merely a structural covering, but an active, vigilant guardian. It never closes its eyes. It never ceases its watch. It simply observes, century after century, as vital secrets emerge, briefly surface, and then slowly return back into profound silence. The spiritual reawakening of the Vatican was not publicly announced with grand ceremonies. It did not involve military processions or decorative banners. It commenced in a quiet manner behind deeply imposing stone walls as an ancient spiritual authority was gradually replaced by a political and cultural force far exceeding anyone's expectations. By the start of the 1600s, the religious establishment had successfully completed the construction of its most magnificent physical statement, the new St. Peter's Basilica. But what arose simultaneously around it was not solely religious in nature, it was intensely political. The Vatican, which began as a simple religious site constructed atop a Christian martyr's grave, had fundamentally transformed into something entirely new. It was no longer strictly a location devoted to worship. It had become an autonomous governmental entity, a heavily fortified structure, and in certain key respects, a centre of hidden political influence. The extent of this transformation was gradual, like the controlled spread of ink across a piece of official writing parchment. And for those officials who closely monitored events, the evidence of this change was visible everywhere. The papal administrative structure began to significantly expand, filled with individuals in religious attire who were not simply priests, but skilled strategists, diplomatic envoys, and high-level confidential advisors. New facilities were progressively added directly adjacent to the main basilica. Dedicated administrative offices, formal reception halls, and private residential quarters, each precisely situated, each serving a specific function that was not always fully explained. The Vatican gardens, previously peaceful pathways intended for religious contemplation, evolved into controlled environments for private, confidential meetings, shielded from both visual inspection and eavesdropping. The very nature of the church's internal communication also began to noticeably shift. Concepts like divine grace and spiritual mercy continued to be proclaimed from the public speaking platforms. But behind securely closed doors, the discussions increasingly focused on land ownership, diplomatic agreements, and the acquisition of power. The Pope was now regarded as far more than just a spiritual patriarch. He was officially treated as a sovereign ruler. Diplomatic representatives from distant powerful nations paid formal deference to him. Artists were commissioned to create his official portrait as they would a monarch. Currency was officially produced bearing his image. His authorized signature possessed the power to enact new laws, sanction military actions, or permanently silence a dissenting public voice. Some individuals within the church hierarchy expressed concern regarding this dramatic shift. A few privately suggested that too much spiritual light had been exchanged for worldly shadow, but the vast majority remained compliant, displaying unquestioning loyalty, believing that such centralized control was an absolute necessity in a world beset by hostile forces and alternative religious movements. The Protestant Reformation had fundamentally challenged the Church's roots. Now, through this vigorous renewal, the Vatican was resolute in its determination to survive, regardless of the ultimate price. There was, however, an unseen consequence. As the Vatican accumulated more worldly political power, its protective walls grew thicker and less permeable. Fewer individuals were granted access to the internal workings. Fewer non-official voices were ever given an opportunity to be heard. And slowly, the distance, both physically and symbolically, between the common people and the highest-ranking popes grew immense. One priest belonging to the Jesuit order once wrote in a private letter, "We have constructed a holy place so exceptionally grand even God might lose his way within its vastness." That critical letter was never officially published. It was discovered deep within the official archives, without an identifying signature, dated in faintly discernible ink. Yet this revival was quite real. What started as a fragile sanctuary over a buried holy man had grown into something far more intricate. A domain of closely guarded matters shaped by the passage of centuries through desire, foresight, and anxiety. From that moment forward, the Vatican would not only safeguard the mysteries of the faith, but would itself become an enigma. And those who passed through its entrances would soon realize not every internal passage was meant to be opened. There is one space within the Vatican that few ever mention, and even fewer have actually seen. It is absent from all public layouts. The entrance has no label, and its walls retain no sound. Even the slightest murmur disappears the moment it leaves your mouth. They refer to it as the room that lacks an echo. Concealed deep within the apostolic palace, beyond a corridor most people never traverse, sits a modest wooden entry with a keyhole now out of use. Inside, the surfaces are gently curved, lined with materials unique to this place within the Vatican. Brick, certainly, marble, perhaps, but something else forms the interior layer, something the labourers who constructed it refused to name. They received good pay and asked no inquiries. One of them departed the city the following morning and was never seen or heard from again. The room was constructed in the 16th century, a time when the Vatican was ascending not just in grandeur but in authority. The Church required something beyond mere power. It required total silence, and this space was crafted to contain it. Within, there are no panes of glass, no seating, no sacred symbols, only empty volume and quiet. But those who have entered it, mainly high-ranking cardinals or scholars invited discreetly, all share the same observation. In that space, time feels altered. Words lose all substance. Even the sound of your own breathing seems uncertain of whether it belongs. One Jesuit documented his experience in a personal journal later shelved within the archives. He wrote that he was brought there to review a letter, an extremely old one, penned by a pope who worried that the full truth might dismantle belief. The letter itself has never surfaced. But the Jesuit recounted something even more unsettling. He claimed that as he read the words aloud, his voice simply vanished. Not muffled, not lowered, gone completely. When questioned later about the necessity of such a room, a Vatican official offered a simple response, because not every truth is intended to resonate. The Vatican protects numerous secrets, banned writings, concealed repositories, narratives never shared during Mass. But this room stands apart. It was not built to protect what is holy. It was built to contain what is volatile. Concepts, admissions, predictions. There are perhaps unconfirmed stories of meetings held there in the dead of night with no official record, no external observers, and no noise whatsoever. Even now, guards walk past the hallway without a single glance at the door. Some speculate it is no longer utilised. Others are certain it is used more frequently than ever before. The mystery is not only the room's quietude, it is what was once spoken there and what was permanently silenced. Because in the Vatican, where every block of stone narrates a tale, there is one chamber where stories fade away before they can even be completed, and if you stand in its exact centre for an extended period, you might begin to question, is the room silencing you, or is it the truths you carry inside? There are two primary symbols etched onto nearly every Vatican seal. One is a pair of crossed keys. The other, frequently concealed just behind them, is a dagger. At first glance, they seem to belong to separate domains. The keys represent the spiritual realm, the promise Christ gave Peter when he declared, "I grant you the keys to the kingdom." They symbolize faithfulness, direction, the spiritual passage that only the Pope can unlock. But the dagger is different. It is not mentioned in sermons. It is rarely analysed in scholarly works. Yet it exists, embedded within centuries of Vatican history, as quiet as it is sharp. The narrative originates with the Apostle Peter, a fisherman who became a disciple. He was chosen not for physical might, but for steadfast devotion. Christ, personally, gave him the keys, not for domination, but for guidance. But as time went by, the Church found itself operating in a world that did not consistently respect shepherds. Conflicts erupted. Rulers challenged popes, empires demanded obedience. And so the Vatican did something unexpected. It mastered the use of both the key and the dagger, not in the manner of physical combat, but in a deeper, alternative sense. Through alliances, through deliberate silence, through maintaining secrets. One pope in the early 14th century dispatched correspondence to every monarch in Europe, demanding peace while quietly manoeuvring political control behind the scenes. His directives were obeyed, not solely out of religious devotion, but because he possessed something others feared: influence. The dagger, in this context, was information, and the Vatican's archives served as its keen edge. Centuries later, during the emergence of independent nations, popes no longer commanded military forces, but they still governed perceptions. A single papal directive could alter laws across entire continents. One decree, finalised with red ink, could excommunicate a ruler or terminate a war. The dagger had fundamentally changed. It no longer severed flesh, it severed legacies. And still the keys remained prominent on every banner, every coin, every cathedral entrance. The crossed keys of Peter reminded the world of the Church's divine justification, but beneath the surface beauty there was always the shadow of the dagger, not as a weapon made of steel, but as a severe caution. The Vatican held the power to close passages as easily as it opened them. In contemporary times, this delicate balance persists. The Vatican advocates for harmony, yet maintains comprehensive records on every government worldwide. It offers blessings to its followers, but protects repositories that few are permitted to enter. Even today, the keys are polished and visible. The dagger, as always, remains hidden. Some speculate that a third sacred item once existed, now long missing, meant to complete the symbol. A ring worn exclusively by one individual, handed down through lineages too secretive to trace. Whether it truly exists, no one will confirm. But the enduring tale remains. Ultimately, the Vatican was never merely a church. It was a sovereign state. And every sovereign state requires its keys, and its dagger. It began with a profound injury, not physical, but spiritual. In the year 1521, a Spanish officer named Ignatius lay severely wounded after combat, his leg fractured, his weapon gone, his former glory fading. But in the quiet period of his recovery, an entirely different energy ignited within him. Not personal ambition, but pure fervour, a relentless passion that would eventually penetrate the borders of kingdoms and resonate deep within the Vatican itself. That passion evolved into the Society of Jesus, The world would come to recognize them as the Jesuits, a fellowship unlike any preceding it. They were not cloistered monks confined to silent quarters. They were disciplined soldiers of intellect and spirit, rigorously trained to analyze, to document, to fade into obscurity. They took sacred oaths of poverty, celibacy, and obedience. But their most formidable commitment was to absolute discretion, the kind of silence that bound them more firmly than physical restraints and sustained the Vatican's deepest secrets. The Jesuits pledged allegiance not to monarchs but directly to the Pope, and not just to any Pope. Only one or two were always in favour. That absolute devotion granted them influence, and influence rendered them formidable. Some figures feared them, others held them in high regard. Most were completely unaware of their movements. Within 50 years they possessed educational institutions on every continent, ships in distant ports, and confidential access inside royal courts. They imparted scientific knowledge to emperors and religious scripture to children. They authored texts, charted celestial bodies, and maintained meticulously detailed records on everything from common villagers' confessions to crucial political secrets. The Vatican fully grasped their usefulness. These individuals were more than just priests. They were instruments, and occasionally effective weaponry. But beneath the eloquent rhetoric and crisp, dark vestments was a far deeper story. Every Jesuit lived with a fundamental question they never posed aloud. How much knowledge could one acquire without succumbing to arrogance? Their instruction carefully balanced reason with faith, often testing limitations the Church only vaguely understood. In one obscure vault beneath Rome, it is claimed the Jesuits debated the true age of the earth centuries before scientific consensus dared. A ring of illuminated intellects whispering essential truths deemed too provocative for any public sermon. No official transcript of those discussions exists, at least none that has ever emerged. But the Vatican kept the space permanently sealed and the ceremonial lights extinguished. By the late 18th century, their influence had become too conspicuous. Rulers grew apprehensive. Bishops privately expressed concern, and in a moment of quiet fear, the Jesuits were forcibly removed from numerous nations, accused not of religious error, but of simply knowing too much. Yet they gradually returned, without notice, adopting new aliases, taking on new functions, but fueled by the same intense purpose. Today their presence in the Vatican is less pronounced, but never truly absent. Their files are secured, their assignments often undisclosed. Yet their impact subtly permeates areas even public awareness cannot reach. Because the Jesuit fire was never meant to dazzle. It was meant to burn low, consistently, and forever. A necessary light for the Vatican's most clandestine operations, and a vital spark that still waits deep in the quiet, always ready to flare up once more. He is not chosen by white smoke rising above Vatican architecture. He does not dress in white clothing. His name is not recited in sacred songs. But deep within the operational structure of the Vatican, concealed behind the visible levels of authority, there stands a man known as the Superior General of the Society of Jesus. To the public, he is simply referred to as the Black Pope. The title derives not from malice, but from the simple black habit of his order, the Jesuits. Nonetheless, the designation carries an authority that provokes whispers in chambers, where even quietude has a high price. Because while the White Pope occupies the throne of St. Peter, the Black Pope operates in the background, influencing matters that remain unseen. For centuries, the Vatican's structure of power has been multi-layered. On the visible surface is the Holy Father, the official spiritual head of the entire Catholic Church. But beneath that surface exist complex networks, specialized orders, governing councils, and secret brotherhoods. Among them, none are as organized, as globally distributed, or as profoundly dedicated as the Jesuits. And their leader, chosen without any external review, holds his position for life. Once he is named, he theoretically answers to no one except the Pope. and sometimes not even fully to him. In the earliest period, it was primarily a position of service. The Jesuits functioned as educators, confessors, and missionaries. But as their sphere of activity expanded, so did their influence. By the 17th century, the Superior General possessed agents on every continent, with intelligence flowing into Rome like numerous tributaries merging into the ocean. He was privy to the thinking of royalty, the manoeuvres of military forces, the secret doubts of high-ranking bishops, and he maintained total secrecy regarding all of it. One Superior General, named Lorenzo Ricci, was detained in the 18th century without a formal trial. His only transgression was being the head of an organization too powerful to be fully managed. When he died in his confinement, the Vatican confiscated and secured his written works. Some claim he left behind an encrypted key, a hidden secret concealed within the Jesuit constitution documents that remains undeciphered even today. But the leadership role persisted. In public settings, the Black Pope rarely spoke. He did not offer blessings to large gatherings. He did not pose for official portraits. Yet behind heavily guarded doors, cardinals would await his commentary. When critical decisions threatened to split the Church, it was often the Jesuits who stabilized the balance. Their leader, always discreet and out of sight, prevented the final rupture. In more recent history, the distinction between the White Pope and the Black Pope became less clear when Pope Francis ascended to the papacy in the year 2013, becoming the very first Jesuit to hold the highest office. For the first time, the Society of Jesus held both the visible authority and the hidden influence. Some question the implications of this for the Vatican's future. Others wonder if the two roles have always been intertwined, simply hidden beneath centuries of religious protocol and extreme secrecy. But one thing is absolutely clear: the Black Pope has never truly disappeared. His presence remains constant and undetectable, like the deep foundations of a building too magnificent to ever shake. And in a world fixated on the visible, he observes the deep underlying currents. Quiet, unseen, and fully engaged. Not every holy man is destined for extreme passion. Some are meant to provide warmth, to offer consolation, to illuminate small candles in modest sanctuaries. But others are created to deliberately face the peril, to disappear without any residual evidence, and to never disclose what they have witnessed. These are the individuals the Vatican summoned when absolute quiet held more value than public statements. They were Jesuits, but beyond missionaries or academics. They were rigorously trained for operations the broader world was never intended to discover. At the very core of the Society of Jesus rests a specific vow, beyond the standard oaths of poverty, celibacy, and obedience. There is a fourth commitment, recited only in heavily protected rooms and recorded in precise language few have ever been allowed to read. It is a vow of complete, unconditional submission to the Pope, to travel wherever he directs, whenever he directs, instantly, even if it requires completely abandoning one's own existence. When a Jesuit undertakes this particular vow, something within his being transforms. He becomes a mere tool. He no longer belongs to himself. The world may see a lecturer, a clergyman, a man of profound faith, but underneath there is an intense inner fire, the kind that does not flicker intermittently, but burns consistently without producing visible light. This sacred commitment is not made publicly. There are no large crowds, no applause, no extravagant gold vestments. Only profound quiet and the solemn closing of an entrance. One of the most guarded ceremonies in the Vatican's history concerned this fourth vow. It was whispered that a Jesuit, once selected for a secret mission, would proceed down a hidden passage beneath the old papal living quarters. There he would kneel before a cross made of stone, place his hand upon a document, and promise to never speak of what he was about to be entrusted with. The documents he signed were never formally recorded. They were incinerated, their ashes discreetly disposed of by unseen attendants. These special assignments were not always violent. Sometimes they involved recovering sensitive papers, removing a certain manuscript from a distant monastery before it could be read by unauthorized individuals. Other times, the task was simply to listen intensely, to record the private confessions of bishops who were fearful of their own thoughts. And then, less frequently, it was to discreetly intervene, to move quietly through foreign cities and influence events without ever being observed. In the 17th century, a Jesuit was sent into a foreign emperor's court to prevent a war that had not yet formally begun. He never uttered a single word regarding his actual objective. He operated without a known identity. Yet upon his return, the conflict vanished from all maps and memory as if it had never been contemplated. No official record of his name exists, only an unusual letter stored among the Vatican's forbidden texts, signed with a unique mark instead of an actual name. These are the sacred pledges that shaped historical outcomes, not documented in official publications but engraved in absolute silence. The oaths of internal fire that created a brotherhood unlike any other. And even today, some suggest there are still Jesuits moving amongst us, individuals who took that solemn vow and never fully returned. Not because they perished, but because they stepped into the profound mystery and chose to remain there. The emperor never knew the priest's true identity. In the refined court of the Ming dynasty, the Jesuit who stood before the dragon throne was known as Limadu. But in the confidential files of the Vatican, he was officially recorded as Matteo Ricci. He wore fine silk clothing, spoke fluent Mandarin, and presented valuable gifts from the West. Precision timepieces, comprehensive maps, and intriguing scientific instruments. Yet what he truly carried was something less tangible and far more dangerous. Strategic knowledge. Matteo had been educated not only in religious doctrine, but also in complex science, advanced philosophy, and the intricacies of human psychology. His instructions were explicit. He was to introduce the light of the Church into a civilization that had never encountered a crucifix. But the Church's light inevitably cast shadows. What the emperor perceived as a simple exchange of wisdom, the Vatican regarded as something infinitely more valuable. Direct access. Inside the Forbidden City, Matteo was one of the very few Westerners allowed to navigate freely. He committed the layout of the royal gardens to memory, noted the movements of court officials, and paid close attention to the private discussions of the scholars. He mapped the constellations for the emperor, but also drew unseen lines of influence, subtle boundaries of spiritual acceptance. He frequently discussed moral uprightness and rarely mentioned religious transgression. He offered truth incrementally, carefully wrapped in the silk of courteous respect and high praise. What the emperor never realized were the small, concealed reports Matteo was sending back to Rome. Tightly folded, written in a complex mix of Latin and code, these communications detailed not only religious conversions, but also political dynamics, succession strategies, and the overall welfare of the emperor's immediate circle. Some of these coded messages are still kept within the Vatican's most secure vaults, in a specific section designated only as Missions Incomplete. The real significance in Matteo's life story is not his journey to China. It is the legacy he left behind. After decades of devoted service, he died in Beijing and was interred there by imperial mandate, the first non-native ever granted such a significant honour. But before his passing, he secreted something beneath the floor tiles of the Jesuit residence. A scroll, carefully sealed in protective wax, written completely by his own hand. It was discovered many years later, and within it was not a document of faith, but a dire warning. He wrote that if the Church ever ceased to genuinely listen before it began to preach, it would suffer a loss far greater than just souls. It would lose its fundamental sense of purpose. He had personally observed too many individuals attempting conquest with rhetoric instead of careful diplomacy. and he feared a future day when the Vatican would stop dispatching priests like himself and would begin issuing only harsh commands. This was not the only type of covert assignment. Other Jesuits followed Matteo into the imperial courts of Japan, India, and Persia, always presenting sophisticated gifts, always extracting far more strategic information than they offered. The confidential intelligence they collected still resides in the concealed chambers of the Vatican archives. But of all the narratives whispered in those silent halls, the story of the priest within the emperor's court remains one of the most quietly compelling. A sobering reminder that the greatest long-term influence rarely wears a physical crown, but often carries a simple crucifix and listens far more intently than it speaks. It commenced abruptly, on a night as silent as deep contemplation. Across the major cities of Europe, in Lisbon, Madrid, Paris, and Vienna, doors were forcefully broken open without a sound. Jesuit priests, many of them fast asleep, were violently removed from their beds. Given absolutely no opportunity to retrieve their vestments or their academic texts, they were forcibly marched out of their colleges, vast libraries, and private chapels by armed personnel who refused to utter a single word. There were no formal inquiries, no official charges, only strictly sealed correspondence delivered by shaking couriers. Letters personally signed by ruling monarchs. The year was 1773. The Society of Jesus, once considered the Church's sharpest and most effective instrument, had now become a severe liability even to the hand that originally held it. For over 2 centuries, these priests had faithfully served as missionaries, educators, confessors, and covert agents. Their commitment to the Pope was absolute, but their ever-expanding global influence had created fierce enemies in royal courts and national assemblies. In Portugal, they were falsely accused of fomenting civil unrest. In France, they were charged with unfairly manipulating global commerce. And in Spain, there were widespread rumours that they held too much secret influence over royal successors and foreign territories. The Vatican maintained a profound silence. Initially, Pope Clement XIV hesitated, torn between the extreme demands of powerful Catholic rulers and his own deep apprehension of the order's formidable, unseen power. But as more and more nations required their immediate expulsion, he finally yielded. In a formal decree known as the Brief of Suppression, the Pope officially declared the Jesuits permanently disbanded. Not labelled as religious dissenters, not criminals, simply declared unnecessary. That was the official terminology used, but everyone privately understood the underlying reason was far more complex. One final, hidden twist in the events of that night lies in the immediate aftermath. The Jesuits vanished from public life, but not completely. Some were immediately imprisoned. Some retreated into secret operations. Some successfully escaped to regions where papal authority carried no official power. To Russia, where Catherine the Great openly declined to recognize the order's official suppression. She believed their educational institutions were too valuable to permanently close, and their intellectual prowess too significant to waste. Back in Rome, the Vatican's private corridors felt eerily quiet. Chambers once filled with the steady sound of Latin instruction now echoed with silence and dust. Libraries were abandoned and went dark. The archives received massive crates of confiscated materials, letters, complex maps, personal journals, but many important items simply disappeared without a trace. Some believe the Jesuits, having anticipated the coming political blow, had successfully concealed their most sensitive records. The current location of those missing documents is still completely unknown. Even more surprising is the quiet admission of regret that followed. Within a mere 40 years, the Jesuits were subtly reinstated, not with public fanfare or large celebrations, but with a quiet directive from Pope Pius VII. He desperately needed them once again, not exclusively for their intellectual capabilities, but for their extensive global network. The political landscape had fundamentally changed, and the Vatican required reliable informants in every corner of the globe. So they returned, a little more reserved, a little more cautious, but never less committed to their cause. To this very day, the story of the night the Jesuits were suddenly expelled is remembered not only for its immediate impact, but for what it fundamentally revealed. That even within a church founded on the ideals of faith and unity, the fear of hidden concentrated knowledge can be a more potent force than any sacred oath. And still, in certain concealed corners of the Vatican, the events of that night are discussed only when all doors are tightly secured. They re-emerged without any public notice, walking once again through the ornate marble passages of the Vatican as if their absence had been brief. No church bells announced their return, no public statements were issued. But by the early part of the 19th century, the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, had quietly returned after having been forcibly expelled, scattered, and nearly eradicated. The shadow priests resumed their various roles with calm, organised efficiency. Some of the older officials in the Curia immediately recognised them. They watched from behind massive stone pillars as these men, simply dressed in black, reappeared in the Vatican's extensive libraries, the seminaries, and the numerous schools. But a significant change was evident. These were no longer the fervent, outspoken missionaries who had once openly challenged monarchs and established massive global empires in the name of Christ. These individuals were distinctly more reserved, quieter. Their profound oaths of secrecy now possessed greater gravity than ever before. And they were more deeply interconnected than anyone fully comprehended. During their years of forced exile, the Jesuits had not simply waited in passive hiding. They had dynamically adapted. In Russia, Prussia, and various parts of the Americas, they had established complex underground networks of powerful influence. They had preserved their unique educational methods, refined their operational tactics, and vastly expanded their global scope. When they finally returned to the Vatican, they brought not only unshakable faith and absolute loyalty, they brought crucial intelligence. What caused apprehension among some within the church establishment was the speed with which the Jesuits managed to regain their considerable influence. Within a single generation, they controlled dozens of the most academically respected universities across Europe and Latin America. They managed confessionals in the most powerful royal courts. Their quiet influence guided the wording of diplomatic treaties and core religious doctrines. Officially, they functioned only to serve the Pope, but unofficially they frequently possessed more strategic information than the Pope himself. And then began the inevitable rumours, stories of important letters that mysteriously vanished before ever reaching the papal office, of priests who were swiftly removed from critical missions for simply asking too many pointed questions, of extremely rare books that disappeared from secure archives without any logical explanation. Some high-ranking cardinals began referring to them as the Invisible Order. Others worried that they pledged allegiance to something even more elevated than the recognised papacy. But there was never any concrete public evidence, only persistent silence. The true shift occurred in how the outside world began to perceive them. To national governments and rulers, the Jesuits simultaneously represented both a genuine threat and a highly valuable resource. Some viewed them as potentially dangerous agents of the Vatican, while others discreetly sought their advice as trusted unofficial consultants. Their unparalleled training in meticulous observation, foreign languages, and subtle persuasion made them perfect mediators and, at times, capable spies. There are persistent rumours that in the early 19th century, a Jesuit priest functioned as a clandestine advisor to a foreign emperor, submitting detailed reports not only to his immediate sovereign but also back to the Holy See in Rome. Inside the Vatican, their vast power was never formally restored, but no one could possibly deny its presence. The shadow priests had returned, not relying on forceful weapons or public sermons, but armed with strategic knowledge. And in a location where history is fundamentally shaped by what remains hidden, knowledge is by far the most dangerous form of power. They walked softly through the immense marble structures, but their collective silence was louder than any ordinary voice. There exists a room in the Vatican that carries the distinct scent of decaying paper, old metal, and profound age. Absolutely no natural light penetrates its long rows of shelves. Behind 3 heavily reinforced doors, buried deep within the core of the Apostolic Palace, lies an unparalleled collection of banned texts. Not publicly burned, not physically destroyed, simply permanently hidden, carefully protected. Some would argue they were deliberately silenced. Others might propose a different purpose. For many centuries, the Church has maintained a comprehensive register. It is officially known as the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the Index of Forbidden Books. This was not a short compilation. At its greatest extent, it listed over 4,000 distinct titles. These were texts considered genuinely perilous, religiously incorrect, or deeply damaging to the spiritual well-being of the soul. Some were authored by philosophers who publicly questioned God's nature, others by scientists who observed the subtle motion of distant stars where the Church insisted on a static, fixed cosmos. There were poetry collections, dramatic plays, and even advanced medical texts, and they were not merely forbidden from being read. In numerous instances, simply possessing one was considered a grave offence. But here is where the true mystery significantly deepens. While the general public was explicitly told that these publications were absolutely banned, many of them were never destroyed. Instead, they were systematically gathered, securely locked away, individually filed by hand, and positioned with extreme caution in the private vaults of the Vatican Library. A stunning contradiction entirely cloaked in absolute silence. A priest named Paolo, who once worked as a junior archivist in the middle of the 19th century, kept a small private journal. In it, he wrote about receiving an order to retrieve one such volume, a major work by Giordano Bruno, the philosopher who was executed for proposing that the universe lacked a central point. The book itself was extremely delicate, bound in dark scarred leather, its edges faintly burned, suggesting it had narrowly survived a great fire. Paolo was strictly instructed only to read the official title page, verify its physical condition, and immediately return it to its location. Nothing more. Paolo completely complied with the order, but he recorded one simple sentence in his journal. Why bother preserving what we are not permitted to speak of? That vital question still lingers unanswered. Why exactly did the Vatican make the effort to preserve these dangerous, forbidden texts? Some propose it was a tactic to study the enemy closely, to fully understand the nature of religious error in order to effectively combat it. Other observers feel the Church was afraid that one day history would shift, and what seemed like heresy might become accepted truth. Among the prohibited documents were not only foreign literature but also communications composed by bishops during chaotic periods, unpublished private sermons, records of spiritual visions, and notes on clandestine rites, some of which disappeared from public view but might persist in obscurity. A single sealed manuscript, rumoured to have been authored by a pope in the 13th century, bears no formal designation. It is merely marked, "Do not translate." Today, the index no longer holds legal sway, yet the volumes remain locked away, their pages fragile, their narratives waiting, not because they are incorrect, but because they hold such power. And power, within the ancient walls of the Vatican, is consistently handled with extreme care. The shelves are still, but the knowledge they contain continues to murmur. He advanced barefoot across the stone ground, hands restrained, his gaze locked on the rising smoke. The crowd was already gathered at the edges of the square. Some offered prayers, others watched in perfect quiet. The man's name was Giordano Bruno, and the Vatican had decreed his thoughts were too dangerous to be allowed to live. On that morning in February of the year 1600, he was marched to the fire. Not for murder or theft or treason, but because he had possessed the audacity to think. Bruno had once been a cleric, a profoundly learned academic with a mind that moved faster than most could comprehend. He proposed that the cosmos was infinite, that stars were other suns, and that other worlds might harbour additional forms of life. He argued that the soul could never be eternally confined to a single location. These ideas were not mere theories to the Church, they were poison. What truly alarmed the Vatican was not his scientific inquiry but his conviction. Bruno did not remain silent. He wrote, he lectured, he traversed Europe disseminating a viewpoint that challenged every tenet the Church held regarding the heavens, the earth, and the divine structure. Within the marble halls of the Vatican, his name evolved into a silent menace, and shortly thereafter an order was issued. He was detained, secretly tried, and imprisoned in darkness for 7 arduous years. The Inquisition interrogated him. They presented him with chances to withdraw his statements. He refused. Absolutely. His final utterance, as captured by an unseen hand in the margin of an ancient court transcript, was, "Perhaps you fear more to pronounce this sentence than I to hear it." When the flames consumed him, it was not only a person who burned. With him perished uncopied writings, unsent correspondence, and ideas never fully committed to paper. The Vatican, in its resolve to silence him, might have obliterated more than it ever realised. But here is the irony in the narrative. Bruno's memory could not be extinguished. His works re-emerged centuries later, secretly removed from private libraries, spoken of in hushed tones. Academics started to ask why such monumental effort had been spent on silencing one person. Deep inside the Vatican archives lies a thin folder. It is untitled, bearing only a date, February 17th, 1600. The contents remain sealed. Some speculate it holds Bruno's ultimate confession. Others believe it is a communication between 2 cardinals expressing quiet remorse. The precise truth is unknown. What we know is this. Long after the blaze was extinguished, Bruno's essence endured. The Church had burned his body, but not the questions he left behind. Questions that still resonate in university lecture rooms, in observatories, and on the quiet shelves of the Vatican itself. And somewhere between the smoke and the stillness, the man who was burned for the truth became a martyr. Not for his faith, but for his intellect. In the faint illumination of a cold Vatican chamber, a man once celebrated across Europe stood trembling, not from age, but from the burden of the eyes observing him. Galileo Galilei, the architect of modern science, clutched in his hands not an instrument for viewing the stars, but a plea. Before him sat a table, plain and large, holding ink, a piece of parchment, and a decision that would redefine the path of history. For many years, Galileo had studied the night sky. He had observed the satellites of Jupiter, sketched the rings around Saturn, and charted sunspots across the burning face of the sun. Through his optical device, the heavens divulged their mysteries, and he listened closely. But what he discovered did not align with the doctrine of the Church. The Earth, according to Galileo, was not the central focus of all existence. It moved, rotated, and circled, a sun that itself traversed a vast, uncharted universe. The Vatican labelled this as blasphemy. The Earth, they asserted, was God's chosen centre. To dispute this was to challenge divine arrangement. Nevertheless, Galileo wrote, he published his discoveries. He defended them with eloquence and logic, even when influential men cautioned him to stop. He trusted his relationship with the Pope would safeguard him. He was mistaken. In the year 1633, Galileo was summoned to Rome. The ensuing trial was subtle yet grave. For weeks he was cross-examined by the Holy Office, pressured to admit he had erred. His publications were forbidden, his reputation marred. And one morning, behind towering stone walls, he was ordered to his knees. They demanded he renounce his findings. He complied. His voice was low but distinct. reciting the statement they had composed for him. That the earth was stationary, that the sun was not fixed, that his science was flawed. A profound silence descended upon the room. But as he stood up, legend suggests he murmured words that have never been conclusively verified but have also never been forgotten. "E Percy move, and yet it moves." If those words were ever spoken, they were not recorded. No Vatican clerk documented them. No official file contains them. But centuries afterward, in a leather-bound volume deep within the Vatican library, a researcher discovered something peculiar. A handwritten note slipped between the pages, anonymous, faded, and nearly erased by time. The message stated, he whispered, but none dared record it. Was this a surviving fragment of Galileo's ultimate act of defiance, or simply a myth elaborated over generations? The Vatican has never confirmed the document's authenticity. Some dismiss it as a fabrication. Others believe it represents the sole surviving testimony to an incident the Church attempted to conceal. What is undeniable is this. Galileo spent the remainder of his life confined to house arrest, sightless, muzzled, yet unbroken. His life story now stands as a metaphor, not of open rebellion, but of quiet truth murmured in the dark, awaiting its recognition. And still, beyond the Vatican's ancient ramparts, the celestial bodies continue their motion. Beneath the gilded surface of the Vatican lies something far more ancient than masonry and far heavier than mere wealth. It is not a sanctuary, it is not a grave. It is a vault secured not by metal locks but by absolute silence. This is the Apostolic Archive, commonly known as the Secret Archive. Though what it contains may be something far more complicated than simple classified information, it is where the Church decided to enter those facts considered too potent, too upsetting, or too dangerous to ever utter openly. The history of this vault starts not with a spiritual leader, but with a deliberate choice. In the early 1700s, as empires flourished and failed and the world outside the Vatican grew louder and less stable, a subtle apprehension took root within the Holy See. Wars had destabilized Europe. Scientists were challenging theological texts. Communications from monarchs arrived daily, filled with threats, negotiations, and requests. Information flowed in too rapidly for the Church to maintain control. Consequently, the Vatican resolved not to destroy the knowledge, but to conceal it. Behind 3 formidable iron entrances, they began to deposit documents that could disturb the faith of the devout or jeopardize the Church's supremacy. These were not exclusively books, but also scrolls, papal correspondence, royal confessions, even documentation from Inquisition proceedings. Some were originals, sealed with wax and still carrying the scent of ink. Others were covertly transcribed copies, intended never to be viewed again. The irony lies not in what was concealed, but in who was refused admittance. Even senior bishops were denied entry. Only the Pope and a select few reliable scholars could request specific materials, and only after articulating a clear, holy necessity. For decades, the mere existence of the archive was itself a deep secret. Those who worked inside were sworn to absolute secrecy, and what they examined could never be spoken of publicly. Yet curiosity has a propensity for finding small openings. One evening in the year 1850, a French priest named Charles began jotting down rumours he'd picked up from the Vatican's own personnel. They spoke of a registry written in crimson ink, kept hidden in a compartment behind the Pope's personal study. It contained a list of names, kings, saints, heretics, each linked to a document never seen by the public. The ledger disappeared shortly after Charles mentioned it, and he was dispatched on a lengthy spiritual retreat from which he never returned. Even today, the Apostolic Archive encompasses over 80 kilometres of shelving, the majority of it unseen by modern scholars. Some claim that its contents hold stories that could fundamentally challenge the foundations of the Church. Others insist it is merely a repository of old paper and forgotten identities. But the genuine truth, That truth awaits behind those locked portals, perhaps waiting for someone brave enough to force them open, or for history itself to emerge and demand their access. Until then, the vault remains shut, and the quiet enveloping it intensifies like the stillness preceding a major storm. In the spring of 1809, the great doors of the Vatican rattled, not due to spiritual strife, but from the pounding footsteps of an advancing military. Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of France, desired more than just European conquest. He coveted the Church's intelligence, its records, its history, and its classified data. While his armies overcame cities, his agents quietly infiltrated something much older, the very core of the Vatican itself. The seizure was not a dramatic one. There were no destructive fires, no vandalized altars, no shattered glass. Instead, it commenced with boxes, hundreds of them, filled by candlelight under the observation of terrified monks. Inside these containers were royal letters, ancient scrolls in Greek and Latin, and maps drawn in ink so old the lines had begun to fade away. These were not items of monetary value, but sources of enormous power. The Vatican's private repository was being systematically emptied, one document at a time. The official justification was preservation. Napoleon asserted these documents required safeguarding in Paris, but everyone within those walls understood the real motivation. The emperor did not aim to protect the past. He intended to dominate it. By possessing the Church's confidential history, he could manipulate its narrative to strengthen his own rule. Among the items removed were papal decrees that confirmed kings, covert reports from bishops in the Americas, and ancient architectural plans of Roman shrines buried beneath modern churches. There were whispers concerning one particular scroll, handwritten by a revered saint, that hinted at a lost gospel, one that was never made public, never spoken of again. When the containers reached France, they were stored not in a public gallery, but in the cellars of the Louvre. Many were never examined. Some disappeared entirely. Others, when sent back many years later, arrived missing pages or marked with unknown institutional stamps. Even today, no one knows precisely what was taken or what remains missing. The key development occurred after Napoleon's defeat, when the Vatican requested the repatriation of its property. French officials consented, but with conditions. They would only return a fraction of the archive, and only if the Vatican covered the exorbitant transportation costs. The Church, worn out and financially strained, agreed to the terms. The crates were sent back gradually, piece by piece, but an irreversible change had taken place. The Vatican was no longer the sole, silent custodian of its own historical record. For the first time in centuries, its secrets had passed through non-ecclesiastical hands, and during those years of absence, something was undoubtedly read, something that perhaps was never intended for outsiders. To this very day, some researchers maintain that among the documents seized by Napoleon was a catalogue, not of holy figures or political leaders, but of classified geographical locations, sites the Church had once designated for absolute secrecy, unmarked graves, unheralded chapels, perhaps even conclusive evidence of accounts still whispered in the deepest corners of the archives. In the vast shadows of history, Napoleon took more than parchment. He took a piece of the Vatican's spiritual essence, and many believe he never fully relinquished it. In the year 1870, Rome fell to the military forces of a newly unified nation. Italy had been successfully forged into a single state, and the Papal States, which had long provided the Vatican with its earthly sovereignty, ceased to exist. The Pope was left without territory, without a military force, and without a worldly throne. At least not in the view of the surrounding world. What endured was something more peculiar, something quieter. For almost 60 years, the Vatican became a virtually invisible entity to the outside world. The Vatican was merely a structure, a church among ruins. Yet within its confines, the essence of a sovereign entity continued to thrive, The popes referred to themselves as captives. They steadfastly refused to leave the Vatican grounds, not because of fear, but as an act of resistance. They believed the external world had wrongfully taken what was sacred, and they would not normalize the situation. But within those boundaries, a transformation was quietly unfolding. With no official state to manage, the Church directed its attention inward and deeper. Archives grew more voluminous. Additional rooms were locked down. Correspondence was carried not by government postal service but by clandestine messengers. Information became its vital currency, and secrecy became its formidable defense. The Vatican mastered the art of governance without physical land. It operated through discretion, influencing discussions in distant royal courts and exerting power not through military strength but through subtle manipulation. Bishops in South America, cardinals in Eastern Europe, and even envoys in far-off Asia all sent back detailed reports. Their messages traversed international boundaries without ever being publicly exposed. This period became known informally among historians as the Age of the Hidden Hand. The Vatican had not disappeared. It had simply woven itself into the fabric of history, waiting, observing, and documenting. It was a sovereign entity without physical borders, a power structure without a recognizable flag. Its existence was conveyed through murmurs, not through newspaper headlines, but the central revelation came from within its own ranks. During these years, a small contingent of priests began compiling meticulous records, not just on political associates, but on internal figures as well, monks, cardinals, and even other popes. They kept track of who met with whom, what conversations occurred behind closed doors, and which concepts were too volatile to be openly discussed. Some believe this initiative was the genesis of what would later develop into the modern Vatican intelligence operation. Not traditional spies, but guardians of uncomfortable truths that had no place in official doctrine. They documented not only transgressions, but also intentions. Not formal crimes, but ideological tendencies, a silent intellectual map drawn in the vocabulary of quietude. By the time the Lateran Treaty was formally signed in the year 1929, reinstating the Vatican as an independent sovereign state, the world perceived the re-emergence of a tiny nation, but those who truly understood its history recognized the deeper reality. The Vatican had never truly vanished. It had simply become imperceptible. And invisibility, as history teaches us, is frequently the most potent source of authority. In the winter of 1929, beneath a cold Roman sky, two writing implements met over a single legal document. One pen belonged to a man in clerical vestments, a devoted servant of God. The other belonged to a man in a dark tailored suit, a loyal servant of the fascist movement. The agreement they signed that day would officially bring the Vatican back into the global arena. But this recognition came at a steep cost. For almost 6 decades, the popes had maintained their status as prisoners within their own walls. Following the dissolution of the Papal States in 1870, the Vatican possessed no territory, no legal nationhood, only the lingering memory of past influence and the subtle reach of its global power. But Benito Mussolini had a political objective, and to achieve it he required something spiritually significant. The political arrangement was called the Lateran Treaty. It would formally establish Vatican City as an autonomous nation, a mere 44 hectares in total area, smaller than most urban parks. But within those consecrated walls, the Pope would once again reign as sovereign. The Church would own its land, fly its own banner, and enforce its own laws. In exchange, the Church agreed to formally recognise the fascist state of Italy. On the surface, the agreement appeared straightforward, but concealed beneath the language were years of political struggle, simmering resentment, and deeply guarded secrets. Mussolini, though privately an atheist, desperately desired the Church's official endorsement. Publicly, he craved legitimacy, and only the Pope could grant it in a way the Italian populace would respect and trust. Pope Pius XIII, a reserved man with remarkably sharp perception, saw a critical opportunity. By accepting the treaty, he believed he could permanently secure the Church's independence. However, many within the Vatican apparatus expressed concern. What further concessions might Mussolini demand? And what sacred principles might be quietly compromised in return? The unexpected turn came just a few days following the treaty's signing. Without fanfare, Mussolini's subordinates began revising educational textbooks. Religious symbols returned to public classrooms. Catholicism was officially designated as the state religion. Initially, the church celebrated these changes, but as fascist propaganda became increasingly pervasive and personal freedoms rapidly diminished, some internal voices began to question the wisdom of the alliance, whispering, had the Pope relinquished too much control? One lesser-known individual, Father Taciventuri, a Jesuit priest who had established direct connections with both Mussolini and the Pope, functioned as a clandestine intermediary. He held no official rank as a diplomat or a bishop, but his personal, handwritten notes, later discovered within the Vatican archives, reveal a more intricate negotiation, one in which crucial pledges were made not on formal paper, but in private closed-door meetings, deliberately shielded from the scrutiny of history. By the end of that decade, Italy had fundamentally changed, and so too had the Church. The Vatican was once again an official nation, but the leader who had restored its status had exploited it for a darker purpose, a symbolic mantle of spiritual authority draped over a strict political regime of absolute control. Mussolini's tactical agreement may have successfully reinstated the Vatican's sovereignty, but it also tightly bound that sovereignty to a growing shadow. And in the subsequent years, as Europe descended into profound chaos, that shadow would extend much further than anyone could have possibly foreseen. In the quiet, cloistered corridors of the Vatican, as the ancient bells of Rome ushered in the spring of 1939, a letter was placed upon the desk of the recently elected Pope, Pius XII. Its content was profoundly disturbing. Written by a concerned German bishop, it provided a harrowing warning that entire Jewish communities were rapidly disappearing, their homes suddenly empty, their very names being systematically erased. This letter was not the first message of its kind, and tragically it would not be the last. But it was the one that demanded immediate and unequivocal attention. The geopolitical landscape was shifting with terrifying speed. Adolf Hitler had already consolidated his power in Germany. His regime grew increasingly aggressive, brutal, and terrifying with the passage of every year. The Vatican observed these developments from the assumed safety of its stone walls, agonizing over the crucial decision of whether to issue a public condemnation or to maintain a strategic silence. What unfolded next is one of the most painful and profoundly complex chapters in the entire history of the Church. Pope Pius XII was a man predisposed to measured, cautious responses. He sincerely believed that quiet, behind-the-scenes diplomacy could achieve more positive results than public declarations of outrage. His extensive experience in Vatican foreign policy made him fundamentally wary of impulsive action. But such caution, during a period of such moral darkness, can easily be misinterpreted as a lack of engagement. As the global conflict engulfed the European continent, the Vatican established itself as a strange sort of isolated territory, technically maintaining a state of neutrality, yet undeniably and deeply involved. Each passing day, urgent communications arrived from loyal bishops, devoted priests, and the network of secret agents. Some people spoke of air raids, others described widespread detentions. The Vatican began to gather these incoming reports secretly, storing them behind heavy, locked doors, deliberately kept from prying eyes. One of the most horrifying pieces of evidence arrived in 1942. It detailed cattle cars moving out of the Polish farmlands, loaded with whole families who were never seen again. The Pope read this communication. He offered no public statement. Instead, he went to prayer. He organised private consultations. He pushed for discreet assistance behind the scenes. Catholic monasteries offered sanctuary to Jewish families. Secret aid networks, some managed by nuns and Jesuit clergy, worked to sneak children across closed borders. Yet, the query remains. Why didn't the Vatican speak more strongly? Some speculate that if the Pope had openly condemned Hitler, thousands more would have perished. Others hold that silence itself constitutes a form of betrayal. The actual account is interwoven within archival files, in concealed correspondence and partially destroyed telegrams. One such message, brought to light decades later, indicated that Hitler feared an uprising led by the Vatican in Germany more than any army, but he also understood the Church favoured control over disorder, and this bought him time. There was, however, one surprise the Nazis failed to anticipate. Deep within the Vatican, in the basement level of the Apostolic Palace, a secret radio operation was running. Managed by Jesuits, it transmitted coded intelligence to resistance cells throughout Europe. Each broadcast was brief, low-key, and meticulously timed. This proved the Vatican was not completely mute. By the conclusion of the conflict, millions had lost their lives. The Vatican had endured, but the quiet persisted. For decades after, arguments filled academic halls and libraries. Was the Pope a cautious defender, or a bystander who looked away? Perhaps the resolution lies not in what was voiced, but in what stays sealed in chambers where even the echoes hold their tongue. In the hidden narratives of Vatican history, there is an account that reads more like science fiction than a holy truth. Yet it comes not from speculation, but from the direct testimony of a Vatican priest himself, a man noted for navigating the divide between spiritual cleansing and imaginative creation. His name was Father Pellegrino Ernetti, and what he allegedly constructed was meant to challenge the fundamental concepts of time, memory, and what the Church chooses to conceal. It started in the mid-20th century, not within a grand cathedral, but in a small lab concealed behind cloister walls. Father Ernetti, a Benedictine friar and certified exorcist, collaborated closely with both researchers and religious scholars. He claimed his work was focused not just on driving out evil spirits, but also on comprehending the unseen. His later assertion was that he and a research group had invented a device, one capable of observing the past. They named it the chronovisor. The apparatus, according to Father Ernetti, could tap into the actual resonances of time, not imagined sights, not mystical visions, but actual moving pictures and audible recordings, like viewing footage captured on a reel that no one realised was playing. He asserted it could reveal lost dialects, forgotten sermons, and even the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The Vatican never validated this, but they never refuted it either. For years, Father Ernetti made no statement. The tale circulated only in private conversations. Then, in 1972, a journal published a picture. It featured the face of a man fastened to a wooden cross, his expression frozen in deep pain. The text beneath claimed it was a view captured by the chronovisor. Some dismissed it as a forgery, others suggested it was taken from a very old sculpture. But a few were convinced, and remain so today. The mystery intensified when Father Ernetti unexpectedly changed his story. Moments before his death, he reportedly confessed that the machine had never truly existed, but his closest associates claim the opposite. One fellow monk even asserted that the retraction was coerced, made under pressure from those in higher positions. And when Vatican officials were directly questioned about the chronovisor, their response was strikingly precise. We cannot confirm or deny the presence of such an instrument, but why would the Church, which safeguards belief, ever engage with something that so closely resembled speculative fiction? Perhaps because such a machine would not simply unveil history, it might be able to unravel it. Imagine having the power to view secret tribunals, hidden religious rites, and missing sacred texts. Picture a chamber in the Apostolic Archive with a machine secured behind metal doors, its controls untouched for decades, simply waiting. Is this merely a story, a cleric's fanciful notion, or is it something deeper, an invention so perilous, so loaded with the capacity to redefine collective memory and truth that it had to be made to vanish? Tonight it remains just a rumour, a forbidden concept sealed inside a secure vault, or perhaps concealed in plain view. He was known as the Smiling Pope, a man whose voice radiated kindness and whose eyes held genuine sincerity. When Albino Luciani became Pope John Paul I in 1978, many felt a new era had begun. His time in office promised honesty, empathy and change, but 33 days later he was discovered dead in his bed. No prior sign, no witness present, and no post-mortem examination performed. Initially, the Vatican stated it was a cardiac event. Then the account shifted. The hour of death was revised. Specific details became vague, and soon silence replaced transparency. The sudden passing of a seemingly healthy pope, just over 60, was strange enough, but what made it unforgettable was what he may have uncovered in the brief period he held the highest authority. Pope John Paul I was not a fan of extravagance. He walked without bodyguards, declined the solid gold papal chair, and insisted the Church communicate more with the needy than with global leaders. But within the Vatican's inner circle, authority moves through more than just devotion. And within days of his election, the new pope began asking pointed questions, very risky ones. At the core of his concern was the Vatican Bank, a formidable financial entity whose transactions had become increasingly opaque. There were suspicions of missing money, fraudulent accounts, and ties to foreign banking institutions tangled in major financial wrongdoing. Pope John Paul III requested documentation. He demanded names. He was making preparations for personnel changes. He might have learned too much, too fast. Then came the morning of September 29th. The Pope's private secretary knocked on his door. Silence. Inside, they found him upright, his reading glasses still on, and a stack of papers in his grasp. Some suggested it was a sermon he had been drafting. Others speculated it was a confidential list of high-ranking officials he intended to dismiss. But no physician examined the body before it was immediately prepared for burial. No official cause of death was confirmed, and to this day, no complete inquiry has ever been conducted. Conjectures began to spread like smoke from a hidden blaze. Some argued natural causes, others were certain of poisoning. A few pointed towards secretive organisations operating within the Vatican, clergymen in vestments who appeared pious by day and carried out covert work after dark, the type of individuals who knew how to obscure the truth behind sacred walls. Years afterward, proof emerged that certain cardinals had opposed his selection from the start, that certain records were destroyed, that his reform plans were buried along with him. But no absolute certainty ever emerged regarding what occurred during those final hours. What is undeniable is that a pope came to power with pure intentions, and a month later he slipped from the historical record without a clear explanation. A Vatican puzzle wrapped not in divine prophecy or ancient law, but in pure silence, the kind of quiet that reverberates through secured hallways and rooms where secrets are still murmured when no one is listening. Some people believe he died too soon. Others maintain he was never given a chance. Beneath the flawless paving stones of St. Peter's Square, where devoted travellers assemble and popes offer their blessings, lies an entire world few ever see and fewer still grasp entirely. It is not displayed on maps, it is never mentioned in public sermons. But the earth beneath the Vatican is not empty space. It is compressed with the remains of generations, with the voices of those who shaped the Church's early days, and with the quiet weight of truths never intended to see daylight. Just below the main square, concealed beneath the cobblestones and the monumental columns, sits an ancient Roman burial ground. Not an invented story, not a legend. A literal city dedicated to the departed. Before the basilica was ever constructed, this area was a place of interment, housing elaborate tombs, non-Christian graves and pathways where funeral processions moved quietly. Over the centuries, layer by layer, this forgotten city was fully enclosed beneath the holy grounds, its history preserved in stone for 1,000 years. The Vatican was aware of what lay below, but chose not to discuss it openly. The square above had come to represent unending spiritual devotion. To reveal that it was built directly over a pagan cemetery was to risk unwanted questions. Questions concerning the merging of different faiths, questions about authority and the strange coexistence between ancient Rome and the religious institution that arose from its ruins. In 1939, as conflict darkened Europe, a very different kind of excavation began. Under mandates kept strictly secret, workers descended into the earth below St. Peter's Basilica. What they uncovered was far beyond all expectations. Mosaic tile floors still vibrant with original colours, crypts with names long since forgotten, symbols that hinted at deities preceding Christ. A lost world sleeping beneath the very core of Catholic power. One tomb was particularly noteworthy. It was situated near the central point of the square, hidden under multiple layers of human construction. It carried inscriptions, in ancient Greek, that simply stated, "Peter is here." But what exactly was contained within it remained uncertain. Bones were definitely found, wrapped in fine cloth, placed in a small recess close to the centre point. Were they truly the remains of the Apostle Peter, or had hundreds of years of devotion transformed a simple tale into a verifiable fact? The Vatican hesitated to officially confirm their authenticity. Then years later, discreetly and without great fanfare, a pope announced it. St. Peter, he declared, had been located, and the public square, so perfectly organised above, became more than just symbolic. It became the literal foundation for the church's beginning. But even now, not every chamber below is accessible. Not every tomb has been thoroughly examined. Certain passages remain off-limits, locked with special Vatican keys held only by a select few. Some suggest the burial sites run deeper than anyone publicly admits, that somewhere beneath St. Peter's Square is a hidden vault sealed not by mortar but by enduring silence. When worshippers look up, they see the open sky. When the popes address the public, they speak from high above the assembled crowd. But the authentic origin of it all, the physical remains and history, the soil and the collective memory, rests far beneath their feet, held in the darkness, still waiting to be completely understood. The Vatican is fundamentally a place of communication, statements carved into monumental marble, words whispered during private confession, ideas recorded in indelible ink that has never faded. And yet, inside its colossal chambers and secured vaults, there are also ideas that were never voiced. Documents drafted, officially sealed, but ultimately never dispatched. One such document rested in absolute darkness for centuries, its core message frozen in time. A truth the world was never supposed to know. The year was 1520. Europe was changing rapidly. The radical thinking of Martin Luther had spread quickly, and the Church was struggling to maintain control. Behind reinforced doors in Rome, senior clergy debated how to quell the escalating unrest. One senior bishop, older than the others, highly respected yet weary, took a quiet action known to very few. He composed a letter not designed to denounce Luther, but to fully understand his position. This communication neither attacked nor levelled accusations. It questioned, it wondered. Could some of Luther's grievances hold merit? Had the Church become too wealthy, too detached from the common people it claimed to guide? The bishop did not affix his full name to the letter, just his initials. And instead of sending it to the German cities where Luther was preaching, he entrusted it to a reliable secretary and instructed him to delay. But the letter never actually left Rome. For reasons that remain unknown, it was filed away within the archive. No corresponding records, no official explanation, just carefully folded into a small leather pouch stored behind a row of diplomatic papers. It remained undisturbed for hundreds of years. Generations of popes came and went, and no one mentioned it, or if they did, they chose not to act on it. Then, in the early 1900s, a young researcher working in the Vatican's historical section unexpectedly found it. He had been given the task of translating Latin texts for a new church history book. What he found instead was the leather pouch, softened by age, officially sealed with hardened wax. Intrigued, he carefully opened it. Inside, the bishop's words were powerful, like a voice reaching from a different century. Calm, profound, and surprisingly progressive. The letter suggested that if the church had focused more on listening and worried less about fear, the religious split might never have grown so immense. It was more than historical context. It was a potential roadmap of what could have transpired, a possible future lost due to inaction. But the scholar who discovered it did not publish the contents. He too kept it a secret. Perhaps out of deep reverence, perhaps out of apprehension. Years later, he retired from the Vatican and the letter disappeared once more. Now only duplicates exist, photographic evidence of the original faded script, translations shared quietly among those who study church history, and always the same recurring question. What if that letter had actually been delivered? What if, instead of conflict and lasting division, there had been reconciliation? The Vatican is a place where countless secrets are kept hidden, but some of the most profound are not those that were actively suppressed. They are the ones that were simply never spoken at all. In the dimly lit sections of the Vatican's immense library, where narrow beams of sunlight settle like golden threads on dust-covered books, a woman once worked whom most have completely forgotten. Her name was Sister Caterina. She was not a professed religious sister, though she dressed modestly. She was not a university scholar, though she knew Latin, Greek and French better than many professors. She was an archivist, a faithful curator of neglected writings, forbidden historical records and dormant mysteries. Caterina came to the Vatican in the early 1950s as part of a post-war initiative to classify and organise ancient manuscripts. While other archivists concentrated on official dogma, legal documents or papal correspondence, she was drawn to the strange, the wrongly filed and the things out of place. She possessed a rare talent, they observed, a peculiar instinct for where to look. No one could explain how she found what others overlooked. She simply listened, followed subtle hints, and opened storage drawers no one else considered. Then one autumn afternoon, she stumbled upon a canvas scroll inside a corroded copper tube. It had no identifying label, no accompanying record. When she gently unrolled it, what was revealed was a faded but striking image of a young woman in royal attire. The artistic style was 16th century, the identity easily recognisable. Mary, Queen of Scots. But this particular piece was not a recognised painting, and what astonished Caterina even more was what was concealed beneath the wooden frame. Tucked in the back, between the structural wood and the fabric, was a folded letter written by Mary herself in English and secured with a now fractured wax seal. The substance of the letter was disturbing. Mary claimed she had drafted a final statement just days before her execution in 1587. But this document was not about religious faith. It detailed an agreement made with a cardinal in Rome, a secret understanding to secure the political future of her son, James. In exchange for maintaining political silence, Mary had named specific individuals. She had urgently requested that the letter only be handed over if James succeeded in ruling both England and Scotland. History confirms James achieved exactly that, yet the letter was never sent. Caterina presented her discovery to her direct superior, expecting praise, perhaps appreciation. Instead, she was ordered to say nothing about it. The portrait was taken. The letter simply disappeared. Days turned into weeks. Her access to the restricted sections of the archives was revoked. Her meticulous work, was replaced with the tedious task of duplicating already published documents. No one ever provided an explanation. Years later, well after her retirement, she spoke only once about that day. "It is not just what the Vatican decides to keep," she whispered. "It is what it chooses to bury." To this day, the location of the portrait remains unknown. No museum claims ownership. No entry in the Vatican records acknowledges its existence. And the letter is lost again, if it was ever truly recovered. But a single phrase from Mary's handwriting survives, copied by Caterina before it was taken away. "I trust only God with my name, and Rome with my silence." That deliberate silence still pervades the archives, in the stone structure, and in the story of the woman who knew too much. In the profound silence of the apostolic archive lies a letter almost universally forgotten. Not because it was officially banned, but because it was completely overlooked. A letter composed not in traditional Latin or Italian, but in common German, and not by a high-ranking bishop or a cardinal, but by a simple monk. His name was Martin Luther. The 16th century marked a period of escalating frustration. The Catholic Church, wealthy in property and funds, was growing increasingly detached from the everyday believer. Church dispensations were sold like access passes to the afterlife. Priests enjoyed luxury while many of the poor went hungry. Against this backdrop, Martin Luther famously affixed his 95 Theses to the church door in Wittenberg in 1517. It is historically seen as an act of open defiance. But concealed within the deep archives is a second narrative, a quiet one, a puzzle that never made it into the official history books. Sometime between 1518 and 1520, a letter reached the Vatican. It carried no sense of outrage, no formal complaint. It was penned by Luther himself, in the measured tone of a person still willing to hope for reconciliation. He spoke of his genuine fidelity to Christ, not of rebellion. He discussed the need for correction, not complete overthrow. And at its close he requested a single item, a face-to-face meeting. The letter never reached the Pope. It was intercepted by a man named Cardinal Cajetan, who had previously engaged in debate with Luther in Augsburg. The cardinal considered Luther's doctrines dangerous and feared that even discussing peace might lend validity to his revolutionary ideas. So instead of delivering the communication, he filed it away deep inside the Vatican in a simple drawer marked only with the year. History remembers Luther as the man who fractured the Christian church. Rome remembers him as a religious outcast. But few are aware that the man who would soon face total excommunication once asked to sit privately with the Pope, not to argue, but to listen and find common ground. It is generally believed that Pope Leo VI was never informed about the letter. By the time religious tensions escalated and Luther's followers grew in number, the critical opportunity for peace had already vanished. The destructive fires had been started. The dividing walls were being erected. And yet, what if the letter had been delivered? What if the Pope had read it by lamplight, recognised the monk's sincere heart rather than just his challenge? In 1966, during the transformative Second Vatican Council, a scholar rediscovered the letter while researching a completely unrelated topic. His notes document the fragile paper, the noticeably fading ink, and the final sentence which read, "I do not seek to shatter the body of Christ, only to restore it." The letter was returned to its drawer. No major public announcement followed. Perhaps the secrecy surrounding it seemed safer. Or perhaps no one wanted to face the difficult truth that at one point the colossal separation of the Christian world might have been averted by a single open conversation. But the door was never opened, and so the lasting division continued, not because it was inevitable, but because the letter that could have provided healing was never actually read. Behind the majestic bronze doors of the Vatican stands a structure few have ever entered and even fewer fully comprehend. The Apostolic Archive, once known as the Secret Archive, contains over 50 miles of densely packed shelving, but it is not the sheer scale that captures the imagination. It is the overwhelming quiet. Even now, in the present age, the archive steadily expands, silently, constantly, as if it breathes in the deep darkness. Every single day, new documents are added. Correspondence from bishops, officially sealed diplomatic cables, records from legal proceedings long concluded, detailed reports written in code, and spontaneous notes scribbled in the margins of papal diaries. The story of the world is not recorded only in textbooks. A large portion of it rests in folders no one outside the Vatican is permitted to handle. What makes this situation even more mysterious is this. While new documents are constantly added, the ability to access older ones is consistently restricted. For every single storage box released for public viewing, 10 more are locked away. The archive is a primary location for preservation, yes, but also for decisive judgment. Someone must choose what information can be revealed. Someone decides what must wait. Many people assume it is only the deep past that resides behind those stone fortifications. But the Vatican archive does not solely house documents from multiple centuries ago. It contains detailed reports from the Second World War, personal letters written during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and sensitive communications between popes and global leaders from the 1970s and 1980s. And yet, the majority of these remain secured behind strict permissions and complex protocols. It is not the passage of time, but the exercise of power that protects these shelves. In 2019, Pope Francis made an unexpected announcement. He authorized the public release of documents related to Pope Pius XV and the Holocaust, a move many described as courageous, others called long overdue. For a fleeting period, the pervasive silence was broken. Historians from across the globe rushed to examine the materials, but they quickly realized what many had suspected. The documents represented only a fraction of the total. The remaining records stayed concealed in the deeper, inaccessible vaults, untouched, unlisted. One archivist, who spoke only on the condition of strict anonymity, described a hidden chamber, a very long passage where the most recent editions are stacked in coded containers, each box identified not with a topic, but with a sequential number and a security seal. He referred to it as the living archive, a place where the secrets are not ancient, but contemporary. And perhaps that is the most unsettling truth. The Vatican's archive is not merely a view into what was, but an active mirror reflecting what is occurring now. It is not a tomb holding forgotten narratives. It is a secure vault of ongoing mysteries, still taking shape, still being created, still determining when or if they should ever be unveiled. In a world filled with constant noise, the Vatican continues to grow its holdings, its enduring quiet used not as an accident, but as a deliberate method. Not every story is intended to be shared. Some, it seems, are still actively being written in the darkness. In a quiet section of a Vatican archive, tucked between a financial logbook from the 19th century and a sealed envelope marked in Latin, rests a letter unlike any other document. The parchment is old, yet remarkably well preserved. The ink is light but fully legible. It was not composed by a cardinal or a bishop. It did not originate from a palace or a holy cathedral. It came instead from far across the ocean, carefully inscribed by the hand of a Native American chief sometime in the early 18th century. A letter addressed to the Pope, a plea that was never answered. The chief's full name was not recorded in the Vatican's official documentation, but local tribal historians suggest he may have been a leader of the Lenape people. His entire message, meticulously translated by a French Jesuit priest, was one of both desired peace and profound bewilderment. The chief had been told stories of the Christian God by the missionaries, stories of profound forgiveness, of universal brotherhood, and of divine compassion. But what he observed in reality did not align with those teachings. What arrived alongside the religious crosses were soldiers, firearms, epidemic diseases, and formal agreements that dissolved instantly like smoke. So the chief took the extraordinary step few dared to take. He wrote directly to the head of the church, asking simply, "Are you aware of what your representatives are doing in this territory?" The letter was gracious, even profoundly thoughtful. He described rivers and celestial bodies, the Great Spirit, and the natural way the earth never forgets what human beings ignore. He was not requesting armed conflict. He was requesting clear communication. He wanted to know if the Vatican's official doctrine truly permitted what was happening in his ancestral lands. The destruction of settlements, the removal of children, the purposeful eradication of native languages. What makes this letter so much more mysterious is that no official reply has ever been located. The Vatican did not send a response, or if one was sent, that critical answer has never been found. The document remained hidden for centuries, mistakenly filed under an ambiguous general heading. It was only in the early 2000s, during an organised effort to digitize older records, that a young archivist discovered it. She instantly recognised the handwriting was not European. The distinctive wording, the deep natural imagery, the quiet sense of grief. It was fundamentally different, and it deeply affected her. She presented it to her supervisor. The entire room fell silent. A quick phone call was made. The letter was discreetly placed back into its file. But the archivist, who is now in her 60s, has never forgotten it. She described the emotion it evoked in her. Not merely deep sorrow, but a sense of institutional guilt. As if the Vatican, despite its tremendous global authority, had purposefully chosen to ignore a voice that spoke pure truth from the farthest edges of the known world. And yet the letter endures, no longer concealed, quietly present and powerfully resonant. A specific piece of Vatican history, seldom mentioned, never taught openly, but more deeply human than any formal decree. It is not just a relic from the colonial era, it is a fundamental question that still echoes in the quiet hallways. Not every secret revolves around raw power. Some are fundamentally about the act of silence, and sometimes total silence is the most significant narrative of all. Somewhere in a Vatican sub-basement, beyond a heavy oak entry door with no label, there is a cabinet filled with tightly rolled parchment. Dust motes float slowly in the dim light. Most of these antique scrolls are architectural drawings of old churches that have long since been torn down, or artistic sketches of statues that were never actually carved. But one specific blueprint is distinctly different. Drafted in a striking dark red ink, bordered in gold and marked with a strange, unique symbol that does not appear anywhere else in the Vatican's vast records. For centuries, no one questioned its origin or why it was never realized. The detailed plan illustrates a chapel, not just any worship space, but a completely concealed one intended to sit beneath the northern boundary of St. Peter's Square. The architectural drawing contains specific instructions most builders would never write down. Not just detailed measurements and types of building stone, but precise directives regarding the quality of light, the nature of silence, and maximum secrecy. One note written in clear Latin dictates, "Only the faithful who do not speak may enter." It was signed with a name that confounded Vatican historians for years. The signature did not belong to a known architect or even an officially recognized priest. It belonged to a man once officially excommunicated for religious heresy in the 15th century. Yet here his name was, officially approved in red sealing wax, bearing the unique crest of a pope who had supposedly never forgiven him. That fact alone was mystery enough to consider. But the real puzzle resided in the chapel's specific internal design. The interior walls were intended to be asymmetrical, the ceiling very low, deliberately forcing anyone inside to physically bow their head. No external windows, no traditional altar, just a single simple stone bench and a small carved depression in the floor shaped precisely like a keyhole. The blueprint indicated it would be protected at all times. But who would be the guard? Some scholars suggested it was a chapel designed not for quiet prayer, but for harsh penance. Others proposed it was meant to safeguard a certain object, a sacred relic perhaps, or an official document too volatile to keep in the main archives. There were even low whispers of it being a purely spiritual vault, where grave confessions to sagte keinstenninat for pacem for taken pay perstenna praus dimaunsted for nola might be buried forever in silence. One crucial detail often overlooked is located on the edge of the document, a faint watermark showing 3 keys crossing behind a prominent sword. That specific symbol exists nowhere else in the known history of the Vatican, not in any decorative mosaics, not on any clerical vestments, not in any known papal coat of arms. The entire project was abruptly cancelled just weeks after the plan received final approval. No explanation was ever provided. But in 1961, a small ground-penetrating radar survey near the northern edge of St. Peter's Square detected the signs of a sealed foundation, an underground chamber that was fully buried but never actually utilised. What was its intended purpose? Why was it designed by a man the church had formerly banished? And what exactly lies beneath that part of the square where tourists now casually walk, completely unaware they are treading directly above a forgotten blueprint designed for something or someone that had no place whatsoever in the public light? In Vatican history, some truths are erased with silence, not with corrective ink. And sometimes the plan that was never fully executed reveals far more than the ones that were. In the autumn of 1962, a subtle ripple of change moved through the opulent marble halls of the Vatican. Cardinals in their bright crimson robes gathered and spoke in hushed corners. Bishops arrived by the hundreds from around the world, and somewhere behind the massive bronze doors of St. Peter's Basilica, a profound shift, long feared and equally long anticipated, began to fully take form. It was officially called the Second Vatican Council. And though it superficially appeared to be just another conference of high-ranking clergy, its ultimate goal was anything but ordinary. The Church was no longer concerned only with ancient spiritual kingdoms. The entire world had changed dramatically. Nations were actively rebuilding after widespread war. Man-made satellites orbited the globe, and the faithful began asking fundamental questions the Vatican had never been forced to address before. Pope John the 23rd, an older man with kind, soft eyes and a quiet, reassuring voice, had caught everyone by surprise. No one had predicted he would convene such an important council. He was generally considered a temporary pope, one who would simply maintain the status quo. But he believed the official silence had persisted for too long. In private writings, he stated that the Church had kept its windows tightly shut while the modern world spun rapidly toward the light. The first day of the council commenced with over 2,000 bishops in attendance from nearly every corner of the globe. It was the largest single gathering of church leaders in recorded history. The discussions continued for years: language, established ritual, official power, and institutional secrecy. Every single aspect was put up for debate, even sacred things that had been traditionally deemed untouchable. But concealed beneath the formal arguments were deeper anxieties. Some people inside the Vatican genuinely believed the council would permanently divide the Church, that in trying to forcibly modernize it, it would fatally weaken the core foundation of tradition. One cardinal famously referred to it as a door opened too wide, inviting a storm. Another, known only by initials in a sealed document, warned that some speakers at the council had ulterior motives, not for thoughtful reform, but for outright revolution. One intriguing story from that time concerns a speech prepared for the final session of the council. It was intended to address the controversial use of language during the Mass, a highly sensitive issue that directly challenged the heart of Catholic tradition. The speech argued for unity, a careful, eloquent balance between the official Latin and the local common languages. But the night before it was scheduled to be read, the appointed speaker unexpectedly withdrew. No one knows why. In his place, a completely different version was delivered, noticeably more harsh, less empathetic, and signed with a name that had not been on any previous drafts. That first, original version of the speech was considered lost forever. But, in 1995, a Vatican archivist found it tucked carefully inside a leather-bound volume on liturgical music. The margins of the document were filled with handwritten notes. One specific sentence, underlined twice for emphasis, read, "Do not cut the root to reach the fruit." The Second Vatican Council utterly changed everything. It completely reorganized religious rituals, fundamentally altered how the Church viewed itself in the modern world, and opened the institutional windows that had been shut for decades. But for some, it also left behind profound questions about what was actually said, what was truly intended, and what was simply never permitted to be spoken aloud. And in the prolonged silence that followed the Council's conclusion, those questions only grew more insistent. In the quiet, solemn stillness of the Vatican's long corridors, the established language of worship had remained unchanged for centuries. Latin, the powerful voice of both empire and church, resonated through the ancient stone like an honoured holy ghost. It was the tongue spoken by popes, by canonized saints, and by early martyrs. Yet, outside the secured walls of St. Peter's Basilica, the modern world was communicating in 1,000 different ways. After the transformative Second Vatican Council, a quiet, internal tremor began to build, not one of physical destruction, but of shifting theological conviction. For the very first time, the Church openly debated whether its most sacred and central words should no longer be spoken in traditional Latin, but rather in the native languages of its worldwide people. To the outside observer, it seemed like a minor technical issue, but inside the Vatican it was a sudden spark igniting a massive controversy. Latin had long represented much more than just a simple language. It was a symbol of institutional power, deep silence, and unyielding structure. When spoken in Latin, formal prayers felt timeless and eternal. The words did not change in response to shifting global politics or regional accents. And because the common congregation did not fully understand them, Latin also preserved a sense of religious mystery. Some argued it was a necessary veil separating the divine from the ordinary human experience. Others forcefully stated it was an artificial barrier. In 1964, the intense debate reached the marble floors of the Vatican Council chamber. Bishops who had travelled from all over the world stood up to present their views. An archbishop from Africa, his voice calm yet firm, spoke first. How, he sincerely questioned, can the human soul be genuinely uplifted by what the rational mind cannot fully grasp? Others across the floor murmured their agreement. In his homeland, Latin was completely foreign. Prayers recited in the native tongue moved and connected people in profound ways that Latin never could achieve. But there were many who fiercely resisted this change. A cardinal from Rome rose next to speak. If the sacred altar is made accessible to multiple common tongues, he warned, the structural walls of the church may eventually collapse completely. He feared that removing Latin would erase centuries of essential unity, turning the universal church from a single, unified voice into a fragmented, scattered choir. In private discussions, he told others that if people heard the Mass in their everyday, ordinary words, they might stop truly believing it held a divine holiness. One lesser-known anecdote emerged from that pivotal time. A young, newly ordained priest, trained proficiently in both Latin and the local language, was asked to conduct 2 separate Masses, one in each language during the same week. When he did, he observed something deeply moving. During the Latin Mass, the assembled people were quiet, motionless, and emotionally distant. During the Mass conducted in their own language, they openly wept, they sang with great passion, they reached out and touched one another's hands. he wrote a heartfelt letter to the Vatican. In it, he concluded, "Latin effectively guards the mystery, but the language of the common people allows them to directly experience and touch that mystery." The argument did not conclude in a single day. It dragged on, with one side arguing that making the divine too understandable risked losing its sacredness, while the other held that a faith that remains too far away from its people risks becoming entirely irrelevant. The ultimate decision was made, slowly and over time. The language of the people began to slowly replace the language of the empire. Latin itself was not outlawed, but new opportunities surfaced. More and more congregations started addressing their members in language they could readily grasp. However, even now, far beneath the columns and soaring ceilings of the Vatican, in spaces rarely accessed, some still offer quiet prayers in Latin. This is not mere adherence to custom, but a choice to preserve the sense of the sacred. The Pope returned to a metropolis that scarcely recalled his presence. After almost 70 years away, the re-entry into Rome was less a grand parade and more a silent confrontation. The pathways were fractured, the waterworks were neglected. Outlaws took shelter in the niches where church leaders once strode. Plants grew through the polished stone, and it was said wild dogs prowled the hills after sunset. Rome had become a hollow echo of its religious and imperial past. Yet, this was the very location the Church intended to re-establish its claim. When Pope Gregory XV came back from Avignon in the year 1377, he anticipated pushback. What he encountered was worse: apathy. The Vatican structures were dilapidated and nearly abandoned. St. Peter's Basilica, formerly the height of Christian reverence, was sagging. Its supports listed inward. Its enclosures were deteriorating. In various spots, only common birds remained. The city that had once governed the globe now appeared as though it had been forsaken by it. The Vatican possessed influence but lacked underpinning. It had riches, but no defences. And it faced adversaries. Competing groups skirmished in the avenues. Affluent families took advantage of the papal absence to appropriate estates. The Church's own cardinals, fractured by decades of political manoeuvring and broken trust, debated every point, even the very location of Peter's See. Within a year of Gregory's return, he passed away. The result was turmoil. 2 popes were simultaneously chosen, one in Rome and one in France. Then a third joined them from Pisa. For nearly 40 years, the Western Church was splintered into rival segments, each asserting authenticity, each demanding allegiance. This was referred to as the Western Schism, yet it felt more like the gradual collapse of belief. Clergy were uncertain who to follow. Religious institutions throughout Europe descended into disarray. The Vatican, already fragile from years of relocation, appeared on the brink of ruin. But the narrative did not conclude there. In the early 1500s, after years of friction and confusion, a decision was reached that would fundamentally reshape the Vatican's appearance forever. The ancient basilica, the one built by Constantine, would be dismantled. In its place, a new St. Peter's would ascend, bigger, more stable, and more impressive than anything Rome had ever seen. The decay would not be mended, it would be encased. This represented more than construction. It was a renewal, a demonstration that the Church had endured its darkest periods and was ready to rise again, not merely as a sanctuary, but as a dominant force in policy, culture, and artistry. And yet, even as the foundations were poured and stone was shaped, secrets from earlier times were silently buried. Beneath the fresh masonry, the forgotten strata of historical Rome persisted undisturbed, encased and still silently resonant. The return to Rome was never only about construction materials and churches. It concerned the reclamation of deeper meaning. And in the Vatican's revival from destruction, not everything was recreated. Certain parts were intended to stay concealed. In a quiet chamber behind the perimeter of Vatican City, the past flickers on an illuminated panel. Not the soft glow of a candle, nor the texture of old paper, but the pale modern light of a computer display. Lines of antique books remain still as scanning machines softly digitize page by page, converting secrets once hidden in rock into digital information. The Vatican's electronic future commenced not with a public address, but with a simple directive. Safeguard the past by preparing for a future no one could fully predict. Around the year 2012, specialists entered the Apostolic Archive carrying portable computers instead of lamps. It was not straightforward. The archive contained over 50 miles of shelving, and every rolled document, every correspondence, every deteriorating record had to be treated like a dormant heirloom. One employee described the task as awakening spectres without disturbing them. Some pages crumbled at the edges, their pigment too faint for contemporary eyes. Others, surprisingly, looked untouched by age, as though waiting for someone to finally interpret them. But even among these shelves, not everything was allowed to transition into public view. That is where the enigma began anew. As scanning proceeded, clergy from the archive were tasked with determining what would be shared openly and what would remain shielded. Of the thousands of records reviewed, only a few hundred have been completely released online. To this very day, no one external knows how those selections are finalized. Some scholars were delighted to finally examine letters from popes, royalty, and obscure monks, now accessible with minimal effort. But others observed something peculiar: blank spaces, entire years absent from the electronic records. A document referenced in one file would vanish in another. Identifiers were occasionally obscured. In one instance, a handwritten comment in the margin by a medieval bishop was excised from the digital copy, though it had previously been referenced in an earlier published work. When questioned, an archivist offered a knowing smile and stated, "The Vatican discloses what it must, nothing more." Still, the digitalization effort continues. Servers now hum beneath the Holy See. Concealed deep within humidity-controlled enclosures, a subtle message travels through the corridors, not of spiritual figures or future predictions, but of complex instructions and automated thinking. Some within the Vatican believe this emerging technology might help organize the disorder of centuries. Others worry it could empower individuals who fail to grasp the gravity of the texts they encounter. And somewhere beneath the stone flooring and gilded ceilings, a query. If the entire collection is eventually duplicated and stored electronically, will the secrets be better protected or more vulnerable than before? For the moment, the Vatican's digital evolution proceeds gradually, like a weak light being carried through a dim passageway. It illuminates certain areas, while others stay untouched, awaiting the correct observers. Or perhaps waiting for no observers whatsoever. In the chilly passageways of the Vatican during the darkest period of the Second World War, a man sat in contemplation. Pope Pius XIII. His white vestments trailed the cold floors as he moved slowly through halls decorated with depictions of martyrs and holy figures. Outside those boundaries, across the European continent, the conflicts raged. But inside the Vatican, a more profound concern existed, a question that would forever mark history. Why did he not speak out? Pope Pius IV was highly familiar with concealed matters. Before atanion dasen si pombas pekan si bempeti pakasi, Yishenti Mayan had functioned as the Vatican's diplomatic representative. He had read communications from spies, met with rulers, and conferred in languages most people would never comprehend. When he became Pope in the year 1939, he already understood what was imminent. The absence of comment was not due to lack of awareness. It was a conscious choice, a measured, burdensome silence, as German forces crossed sovereign lines. Clergy members sent desperate appeals to Rome. In Poland, places of worship were torched. In Germany, priests disappeared. In Hungary, Rail transport carried men, women, and children to detention centres with no promise of return. Many anticipated the Pope would utter a single statement, a public caution, but the statements never came. Instead, the Vatican became a place of clandestine operations. Confidential communications were delivered by religious brothers. Covert refugees were established under places of worship. Jewish families were hidden behind the screens of papal residences. Nuns created fraudulent baptism documents. Priests exchanged details in confessionals. And through all this, the Pope remained stationary, observing, listening. But there is one occurrence few are aware of. A particular paper, sealed for decades in the Vatican archives, holds a preliminary speech. It was composed by the Pope personally. In it, he denounced the violence. He specifically named perpetrators. He referred to the camps for what they were. But that speech was never delivered. The reasons why remain unknown. Perhaps fear of Nazi retaliation. Perhaps the conviction that covert intervention would preserve more lives than public condemnation. Even today, academic experts dispute what he understood and when. Some believe he saved countless people through confidential arrangements. Others deem him complicit through his passivity. But the definitive truth may reside somewhere in the lack of information between those perspectives. When the conflict ceased, Pope Pius XIV walked through the destroyed streets of Rome. Survivors approached him with appreciation, but others came with queries. He addressed very few. And when he passed away in the year 1958, he carried numerous secrets with him. Now, deep within the apostolic archives, there are still messages addressed to him. Some from cardinals, some from victims, some from the very individuals who orchestrated the terrible deeds. Messages that may never be read, secured in compartments, faded with the passage of time. He was a pope who navigated the upheaval silently, who offered assistance in hidden ways, who communicated through silence. But within that silence lies an event yet to be fully revealed. They were celebrated in murmured devotions, honoured with illumination and inscribed in stone. But not every figure acclaimed within the Vatican's confines truly belonged among the canonised. Their designations resonated across the centuries, but their backgrounds did not consistently align with reality. Some served as strategic instruments, others were mythical tales derived from folklore, and a few, perhaps the most disturbing of all, were never intended to be recognised as holy figures at all. In the 4th century, as the nascent church struggled to define its identity, being declared a saint evolved beyond mere respect. It became a powerful tool. A saint could unify a territory, suppress unrest, or provide justification for warfare. Bishops were known to elevate local celebrated individuals, soldiers, or even martyrs whose demise was never observed, much less confirmed. If a community required a miraculous event, one could be produced, frequently with just the right degree of obscurity attached. One such instance is that of Saint Philomena, a young girl whose skeletal remains were found in a Roman underground tomb in the early 19th century. There was no documented record of her existence, no historical writings, no witness to her martyrdom. But when her remains were displayed in a small town in Italy, legends began to emerge. Miraculous events were attributed to her. Healing, spiritual revelations, recovery from illness. Pilgrims arrived in huge numbers, and just like that she was designated a saint. But years later, the Vatican quietly rescinded the status. Her name was taken off the main liturgical calendar. The miracles, they stated, lacked credible proof. No one discussed the political motivations behind her sudden elevation or the pressure from believers who had faith in her. In the end, Saint Philomena was both revered and doubted, her memory existing somewhere between conviction and imaginative creation. There are others as well. Men venerated as holy figures who commanded military forces, who authorized executions, popes who proclaimed their own sanctity while silencing rivals. Some were quickly canonized, their misdeeds hidden beneath elaborate terminology. Others had their recognition delayed for hundreds of years, entangled in disagreement. Perhaps the most perplexing are the saints who were fictional, people who never existed at all. Some narratives passed down across generations were constructed from older non-Christian myths, deities reimagined as Christian martyrs. The Vatican, aware of these similarities, kept many names in the background, allowing them to fade rather than risk public correction. Behind the prominent altars and gleaming halos is a subtle reality. Sainthood, like much of the Church's long existence, is a fusion of belief, governance, and recounting. Not every saint was a person of virtue. Some were representations. Others were forms of protection. A small number were secrets. And as the Vatican archive continues to be updated, some of these individuals are still being investigated, files examined, lives re-evaluated, not to discredit them, but to comprehend their significance to the people who held them in reverence. Because ultimately, every saint, regardless of their authenticity, has left an imprint on history. And that, arguably, is the deepest puzzle of all. Deep within the imposing structures of Vatican City stands a bronze entry point. It is surrounded by sculpted stone, flanked by representations of saints, and ignored by almost every tourist. Visitors pass it by without a second glance. Guides refer to it only in low voices, if at all. The entry does not squeak, it does not pivot, and it has not been opened in many years. Some think it never will be. Others believe it is inevitable. They refer to it as the Holy Door. And although there are 4 of them across the major Roman churches, the one at St. Peter's Basilica carries a mystery heavier than its metal coverings. By convention, it can only be opened during a holy year, a special period announced by the Pope when forgiveness is granted and religious journeys are rewarded. The most recent time it was opened was in the year 2000 under Pope John Paul II. It will be opened again in the year 2025. But not everything is as it appears. For centuries, speculations have surrounded the Holy Door, not just concerning pardons and blessings, but regarding something else, something concealed behind the brickwork that seals the entry between holy years. It is said there are inscribed texts, symbols, and encoded messages. Some assert the door was not initially built for religious travellers at all, but to seal away an aspect of Vatican history that must remain untouched. One account, found in the papers of a French historian from the 19th century, describes a confidential chamber behind the Holy Door, a space lined with dark stone and antique Latin writings, undisturbed by light. It was, according to him, found during structural repairs in the 1700s, then immediately resealed when peculiar markings were found carved into its surfaces, markings that did not correspond to any Christian tradition. The Vatican has never acknowledged this tale, but when asked about the door, officials consistently provide the same explanation. It is opened only by the direction of the Pope, and only when the timing is appropriate. In the year 1950, when labourers made ready to breach the seal once more, something unexpected occurred. The masonry behind the door had shifted, cracked in unusual patterns, as if the structure itself resisted being opened. The workers insisted the bricks were not as they had been left. One of them departed the project shortly after, recounting nightmares of figures in religious attire who whispered behind the door at night. There is no tangible evidence, of course, only faint signs. And so the door remains shut. A representation of divine grace, yes, but also of classified information. Beneath the ceremonies, beneath the burning perfumes and sung praises, lies a simple question. What transpires behind the holy door when no one is present? In a setting filled with venerated objects and old tales, sometimes the most profound puzzle is the one hidden in plain view. The door that will open, but only when ordered. The door that may lead to absolution or to something far older than the religious institution itself. In the quiet corridors of the Apostolic Palace, where artwork hints at conflicts and divine favour, there is talk of a Vatican that was never realised. Not a fantastical story, but a conceptual design. Not a spiritual revelation, but an architectural plan in paper and stone. It was a vision too ambitious even for the Vatican, a rendition of St. Peter's domain, much grander than what currently exists. And like many ambitions born of authority, it vanished without a trace. The year was 1929. Vatican City had just been proclaimed an independent state, its sovereignty granted by Mussolini's Lateran Treaty. For the first time in centuries, the Vatican was no longer just a spiritual dominion. It was a tangible one. And with this new recognition came a question. If the Church could shape its future from the ground up, what form would it take? That question occupied the minds deep within the Vatican's planning departments. Architectural experts and high-ranking clergy members alike envisioned a complete overhaul of the city's sacred areas. A Vatican that would overshadow even the brilliance of ancient Rome. One proposal, kept for years in a locked archive, suggested a second St. Peter's Basilica, twice the scale of the one that Michelangelo topped with his massive dome. Another design featured a central spire taller than any Egyptian monument, crowned not with a cross, but with the gilded keys of Peter held by soaring angelic figures. But that was only the beginning. One diagram, signed by an anonymous Jesuit, proposed subterranean roads connecting classified libraries to the papal apartments, a hidden network of passages that would allow the Pope to travel unnoticed, from room to room, even if the city's surface was under assault. It included waterways drawn beneath the Tiber River and storage areas designated with only two Latin words, librorum vetatorum, prohibited books. And then, almost without warning, the planning ceased. No official reason was ever supplied. No public announcement was made. But those who paid close attention noticed minor changes. Architects were dismissed, blueprints retracted. Vatican construction funds were quietly reassigned. It was as if the ambition had alarmed someone. Or perhaps something had been uncovered beneath the foundations of the existing Vatican, something that made a second version too risky to pursue. In 1964, a young historian working in the Vatican Library accidentally found one of the final sketches of that magnificent forgotten plan. She copied it by hand, knowing cameras were prohibited. But when she returned the next morning, the document was gone. Her name was Maria Lenzi. She never held a position at the Vatican again. To this day, no one speaks officially of the Second Vatican, the one that was plotted but never realised, the one whose designs may still lie in the darkness of the archives, folded and waiting. It is the story of a church that might have governed not only through faith but through physical presence and observable scale. And in this silence, it remains the Vatican that never was. In the deep quiet of early morning, before the chimes of St. Peter's Basilica ring out across the cobblestone paths of the Vatican, there is a routine few ever see. A man dressed in black moves alone through the resounding halls, carrying 3 historical keys on a silver loop. He approaches an entrance older than most of the city itself, and in silence he begins the process of unlocking it. This is not just any entrance. It is the threshold to the Vatican Secret Archives, one of the world's most mysterious locations. Each of the 3 keys is said to open a distinct history, and each history holds a level of influence the Church has long safeguarded. The first key is lengthy and gold-coloured, worn smooth from centuries of handling. It opens the primary gate, but not to the main archive. It opens a door beneath the Apostolic Palace, behind a support column that has no markings. Those who enter report the air grows colder the farther they descend. This key was created in the 16th century under Pope Paul III, the same pope who initiated the Council of Trent. The second key is silver, slimmer, marked with a symbol that few recognise. A celestial body being consumed by a serpent. This key opens a chamber not noted on any map, buried deep below the archives. Within that chamber, rumour suggests, are ancient writings that should have been destroyed, records of church councils that were never included in official accounts. Some whisper that it contains communications exchanged between early popes and Roman emperors, documents that imply a much more politically driven origin for the church than what the devout are taught. But it is the third key, the smallest one, made of iron and corroded, that carries the most significant story. It does not open an entry point, it opens a container. And inside that container is a dried animal skin said to be authenticated with human blood. Some believe it is a solemn promise made by 3 individuals who formed an agreement to protect the church from both internal and external threats. Others believe it is the authentic papal decree that announced the formation of the Vatican as an autonomous state. Not in 1929, as recorded history teaches, but nearly 4 decades prior. The boundary that these keys secure is not purely physical, it is metaphorical. It separates what the general public is aware of from what the Church internally preserves, and although thousands of people visit the Vatican daily, none can proceed past that ultimate boundary without all 3 keys and the tacit approval of the Pope himself. In the Vatican, authority often communicates through implication rather than overt declaration. Classified information is concealed, not in plain view, but behind layers of complexity, ritual, and history. And sometimes the access to the truth is not what unlocks a door, but who is granted the authority to possess it. So much of the Church is based on what is visible, but its ultimate strength and deepest enigma may reside in what remains. Secured deep within the most distant vaults beneath the Vatican, where time itself seems to accumulate in silence, there are areas covered with accumulated material so dense that even the stones appear to be dormant. This is not the residue of neglect, but the residue of history. Centuries upon centuries of classified knowledge settle in the atmosphere, shielded from light. And hidden beneath it all, someone once uncovered a reality the Church never intended to be disclosed. The discovery took place in the mid-19th century, when a modest Jesuit scholar named Father Lorenzo was assigned the duty of categorizing forgotten relics kept in the deepest chambers of the Vatican library. He was a man of reserved practices, observant eyes, and a patient mind unbothered by isolation. For months, he laboured alone by lamplight, removing dust from skeletal remains, unrolling ancient scrolls, and sorting through writings that used languages no longer commonly spoken. Then one day, he found a container sealed with a protective layer that had long since broken. Inside, buried beneath layers of parchment and old cloth, was a fired clay slab. Not of Roman origin, not Hebrew, but Sumerian. It predated anything that should have been present by thousands of years. Even more startling, it had been interpreted. On a piece of brittle paper placed beside it, someone had quickly written a Latin transcription of the message in an unfamiliar script. The slab described a major flood. Not the biblical flood of Noah, but one recounted by religious figures of centuries before the book of Genesis was ever composed. It spoke of a divine being who interacted with humans, offering wisdom too potent for mortality. A consequence followed, and a caution that those who store forbidden knowledge beneath places of worship shall one day be consumed by them. Father Lorenzo was unsettled. He checked the story against other tablets quietly kept in the recesses of the archives and found fragments that echoed the same narrative. The massive inundation, the deity, the repositories of information. But nothing in Christian history had space for this origin, and the link between these ancient tales and the Vatican's own stories suggested something the Church could not afford to explain. He presented the clay slab and its translation to his superior. The reaction was immediate. The room he had been working in was sealed, the records were redistributed, and Father Lorenzo was quietly removed from his position and dispatched on a permanent assignment to a religious house in the Alps, never to be seen in Rome again. Today, the container rests buried beneath layers of categorization in a place very few are authorized to enter. The accumulated material has returned. The story remains concealed, but some still mention Father Lorenzo's communications, never made public but preserved by those who believed his account. In them he wrote that truth is not just what is openly shared, it is also what lies concealed in the settled dust, waiting for a chance to surface once more. In the Vatican, where belief and verifiable fact often coexist side by side in silence, sometimes the oldest realities are the ones no one dares to articulate. In the deepest spaces of the Vatican, beyond even the most secure storage areas, and unobserved by anyone but the passage of time itself, lies a location few will mention and none will officially acknowledge. It is not included in the official diagrams of the Apostolic Archive. It is not situated beneath the Basilica, nor close to the well-known Vatican Library. Yet speculations still persist, quietly shared from person to person, always after nightfall, of a hidden collection known only as the Black Library. No reputable academic has ever claimed to have seen it, but narratives have a way of lasting, even when tangible books do not. A former caretaker, dismissed for reasons never disclosed, once hinted at a passage that led to no actual room. Yet when he walked past it each morning, he heard gentle sounds, like pages turning autonomously. Another story, older and more difficult to verify, recounts an evening in 1962 when a fire alarm activated and firefighters were called to an area beneath the city. They returned subdued, pale, and unwilling to speak. The official record stated, "No fire found," but they never spoke of what they encountered. According to folklore, the Black Library houses not merely restricted documents, but knowledge the Church itself fears. Manuscripts reportedly composed by Judas Iscariot. Ancient writings containing rituals once employed by early exorcists but judged too hazardous to instruct others. And most strangely, a single volume bound in white animal skin, rumoured to hold a version of the Book of Revelation never disclosed to the public. The enigma, naturally, is not only what might be contained within, it is why it must be kept hidden. If the Black Library exists, it would suggest that someone at the highest authority believed these classified materials were not intended for elimination, but for safeguarding. Knowledge held in tension, too accurate to deny, too perilous to release. There is a story, rarely shared outside the oldest monastic orders, of a young Swiss Guard member in the year 1979 who became disoriented during his night duty. He entered a passage beneath the Apostolic Palace that was absent from every map he had examined. Hours later, he emerged from an entrance no one had seen opened. He refused to speak for several days. When he finally did, all he could articulate was, "The words were observing me. Perhaps it is merely a myth. Or perhaps behind certain locked entrances, there is a repository where the Church maintains its most troubling realities, not to shield the world from them, but to shield itself. Whatever the facts may be, one certainty remains. In a city founded on belief, silence is the most potent communication. And in the Vatican, the silence surrounding the Black Library may convey more than any words ever could. In the centre of the Vatican, when the final daylight disappears and the paved pathways of St. Peter's Square become quiet, a peculiar stillness descends upon the city. It is a quietness that feels alive, a quietness that perceives. And on one night unlike any other, it is a quietness heavy with mystery and the significance of history. That night is the evening before the conclave. Inside the Vatican's limits, preparations are executed with measured accuracy. The Sistine Chapel is cleaned, its openings obscured, its ancient art soon to observe once more a secretive procedure that has selected popes for centuries. But the real event, the human element, resides not in the ritual, but in the minds of the cardinals summoned to choose the next pope. In the hours before they are isolated from the outside world, the cardinals try to sleep, or attempt to. Some walk through the Vatican gardens, counting their steps along the paths once traversed by devout and flawed individuals. Others sit holding worn rosary beads, hands trembling not from age, but from deep uncertainty. For many, this will be the last occasion they live as ordinary people. Some suggest that every conclave starts with a subtle sound, not of political manoeuvring, but of a spiritual invitation, and some hear it clearly. A cardinal many years ago confessed to a priest that on the night before the conclave of 1958, he woke to discover a small white plume on his pillow. He interpreted it as a sign he was elected pope the following day, but not every sign is so benign. In a compact accommodation just adjacent to the Apostolic Palace, another man once stood contemplating a sealed envelope on his table. It had arrived with no sender's name, yet carried the official seal of the Holy See. Inside, a single sentence had been written: "He who assumes leadership must also endure loss." The man never mentioned it publicly, but when the voting commenced, he was among the first to eliminate his own nomination. The boundaries of the Vatican are ancient. They retain memories. And on this evening, they recall more deeply than ever. Some believe that spectral figures wander these halls before a conclave, not literal spirits of the departed, but the residual memories of those who have held the highest office. A faint shape perhaps near the bronze entrances. A chill sensation felt next to the chapel entrance. In the chapel itself, the floor is pristine, but beneath the marble flooring the skeletal remains of early Christians rest in silence. They too once assembled in secret, unsure of what the future held. And now, as their remote successors convene above them, the pressure of their devotion rises upward, unseen but definitely felt. When morning arrives, the world will watch for the smoke signal. But tonight, in the profound quiet of the Vatican, it is not the result that holds the most importance. It is the weight of the decision, and the unspoken realization that no individual who enters the conclave emerges unchanged. The bishop had experienced many events in his lifetime: conflicts, formal installations of monarchs, and the collapse of large governing bodies. But nothing had ever caused him to shake like the rolled document now held in his unsteady hands. It had arrived discreetly, wrapped in aged fabric and secured with red wax, older than the pigment inside it. No accompanying explanation, no name. Only a brief message quickly written in elegant handwriting: "For your eyes exclusively." He slowly unrolled the parchment. In the lamplight of his private office, deep inside the Apostolic Palace, the atmosphere surrounding him seemed to still, as if the very walls of the Vatican inclined inward to read it alongside him. The penmanship was refined, yet unfamiliar. Ancient Latin, older than the church itself. But it was not the language that disturbed him. It was the message. The scroll recounted a meeting, a convention of early followers years following the passing of Peter. As per the writing, they had debated a concept never recorded in any recognized gospel. A hidden lesson, one that, if embraced, could completely alter the core of established doctrine. The parchment spoke of clemency, not as a suggestion, but as an absolute truth, a superior mandate, immutable. It implied that judgment was never intended for men to administer, that the keys to paradise were not for restriction, but for opening pathways long sealed. The bishop leaned back, his pulse racing. He had spent decades protecting the boundaries of theological tenets. He had silenced dissenters, ruined careers, drawn definitive lines with certainty. But now a single antique scroll was dismantling him. He walked the stone floors, the distant noises of St. Peter's Square resounding like spectral whispers. He remembered his time as a young clergyman, full of inquiries, only to be instructed to suppress them. But this scroll, it did not stifle queries, it welcomed them. He brought the document to a trusted academic, a Jesuit who had studied prohibited writings concealed deep within the Vatican Library. The scholar examined it with deep respect. Hours elapsed. Then, with serious eyes, he verified what the bishop already suspected. The pigment, the textile, the linguistic style. All genuine. The scroll was authentic. What followed were weeks of anxious nights and quiet conversations in garden passageways. The bishop began to transform. His homilies became gentler. He spoke less of retribution, more of benevolence, and privately he began subtly reinstating academics previously forbidden to publish. When challenged, he offered no resistance. He simply cited the scroll. The truth does not yield to apprehension, but the Vatican is a place that holds on to memory. News of his change spread. Murmurs filled the corridors. Some branded him a heretic, others a seer. One evening, the bishop placed the scroll in a wooden container, sealed it once more, and returned it to a vault few knew existed beneath the chapel. Beyond the steps, behind a door without a handle. He never mentioned it again. But those acquainted with him noted he seemed happier in his final years, as if a burden had been lifted, as though one forgotten manuscript had given him license to believe anew. The mirror room was excluded from any formal Vatican itinerary. Tucked beneath a stairway near the Apostolic Library, it was overlooked on most blueprints, even those utilised by the clergy. But to those familiar with the hushed stories, older friars and meticulous archivists, it was a place of quiet peril. The chamber itself was small, 8-sided, and covered wall to wall with polished glass. Not the ornate kind, but something ancient, distorted by time and impossible to precisely date. No one could determine exactly when it was constructed. Some claimed it had been part of a clandestine observatory. Others proposed it was once used for spiritual contemplation. But deep within the Vatican, narratives held significance. And one narrative perpetually resurfaced that in the mirror room a man once witnessed the downfall of the church. It occurred during the papacy of Pope Benedict XIV in the year 1740 that a Dominican monk named Lorenzo was granted unusual entry to the lower archives. He was not a man of ambition, but of reserved habits and slow speech. Yet he held an obsession with prophecy, particularly those rumoured to be suppressed by the church itself. One night, while organising scrolls, he discovered a key secured with a red ribbon tucked between the pages of a faded prayer book. No one could explain who had placed it there. Attached to the ribbon was a fragment of parchment. It read simply, "See with eyes that have never opened." He followed the passage and located the door. No grip, no symbols. But the key slid in as if it had always belonged. The room that greeted him shimmered softly. The mirrors seemed to vibrate as he stepped inside. The glass did not reflect him precisely. His countenance looked back, but altered. Elderly, then youthful, then not himself whatsoever. Then a revelation. Not a nocturnal vision, not a fleeting thought, but a palpable reality. Emerging within the mirror's surface, he saw conflagration, not of warfare, but of faith, collapsing from its own sheer weight. A multitude turning away not from the divine, but from the structures that purported to speak for him. In the reflection, St. Peter's Basilica stood silent, deserted, the dome fractured, lichen proliferating where choruses once performed. Then came a faint sound, not vocalized but pressed into his awareness like pigment into paper. The keys shall corrode, the blade shall shatter, only stillness shall persist. Lorenzo staggered backward, but the vision pursued him. He secured the entrance and attempted to forget, but he documented it, every single detail. The foretelling became known only to a select few archivists, transmitted from one trustworthy scholar to the next, always bound by oath. Over time, some believed it was a symbolic expression, others a caution, or even a demonic deception meant to sow discord. But the mirror room still exists, and although it remains secured to this day, occasionally faint indentations appear on the floor inside, always unshod, always recent, as if the prophecy itself refuses to cease. It began on a tranquil afternoon in 1933, beneath a sky that threatened rain but never delivered it. An aged sacristan named Paolo was sweeping the marble passageway adjacent to the Chapel of the Relics when he perceived soft steps behind him. But when he turned around, there was no one present. Paolo was not a man easily disturbed. He had served within the Vatican confines for over 4 decades. He knew which sculptures creaked with age and which silhouettes belonged to passing priests. Yet this instance was different. The atmosphere had changed. The passage had become colder. There was an aroma, subtle, like embers from an altar long extinguished. The subsequent day, the rumours started. A sister, mostly silent throughout her life, reportedly spoke in complete phrases during her evening devotions. She claimed a man in vestments had walked past her cell without a sound, his gaze filled with sorrow. A visiting bishop later asserted he had seen the identical figure kneeling near the resting place of St. Cecilia. His voice wavered as he described the man's hands, worn, roughened, and marked with abrasions that should not have seeped blood. Soon information reached the Vatican archives, where an academic named Father Julio had been discreetly researching accounts of vanished holy figures. His most perplexing instance involved Saint Menas, a martyr said to have perished in the 3rd century and whose remains were distributed across 3 nations. But according to one obscure correspondence hidden in a misfiled bundle, a monk in the 9th century had recorded that Menas would reappear silently when the world neglects to listen. The phrase affected Julio profoundly, for it precisely matched the nun's exact terminology, words she had neither read nor could have known. Motivated by an intuition, he redirected his research toward a sealed container beneath the basilica, one never opened, marked only with the Latin expression non omnis moriar. Not all of me shall die. With the Vatican's tacit agreement, the reliquary was unsealed. Inside was a garment untouched by degradation and a scroll bearing the insignia of early desert fathers. There were no fingerprints, no evidence of tampering, but the very next morning security personnel found a figure in white robes kneeling silently in St. Peter's Square. He was unshod, he carried no identification, he uttered no words. When questioned about his identity, he smiled and gestured upward toward the dome, then disappeared into the throng as if he had never been present. Some suggest it was a confused traveller. Others believe it was an admonition or perhaps a quiet benediction. But among a few within the Apostolic Palace there are those who still maintain it was. Menas returned not to preach but to remind, not to perform miracles but to tread once more on ground. He never truly departed. And they await the next silent, holy person, for the next whisper in the marble corridors, for the moment when stillness communicates more profoundly than history ever could. As twilight shadows extended across the stone-paved heart of the Vatican, the chimes of St. Peter's Basilica rang softly as they had for centuries. The sightseers were gone now, and only the gentle shuffle of the Swiss guard echoed through the stone passages. From a parapet high above the square, an elderly record-keeper named Father Matteo stood gazing out into the gloaming. He had spent nearly 6 decades within these walls, surrounded by documents no one outside the church even knew existed. But tonight he contemplated whether the world had misunderstood something remarkably straightforward, yet profoundly disturbing. The Vatican had always been perceived as the epicenter of the Catholic world, a final destination, a symbol of spiritual dominance. But Matteo had come to suspect it was not the conclusion of anything whatsoever. It was perhaps only an entryway. Decades earlier, while investigating lost missionary origins, Matteo had stumbled upon a letter concealed in a sealed compartment of the Apostolic Archive. It was unsigned, written in Latin, and dated in the mid-15th century. The letter described an encounter between 2 cardinals and a man who possessed neither title nor robe. He had arrived not from Europe, but from a location they referred to only as the Threshold. Beyond the maps, this individual asserted the church's foundation was not one monolithic structure, but many, and that a chain of concealed sanctuaries extended far past Rome, from the Andes to the sands of Egypt, from the dense woods of India to the frigid edges of the north. The religion had taken hold in secret, older and deeper than the Vatican dared acknowledge. The letter concluded with a peculiar thought: the keys were never meant to secure an entrance, but to reveal a route. Matteo's pursuit of these concealed locations had consumed him. Though the church officially discouraged such endeavours, he had quietly gathered snippets from missionaries, seafarers and desert wanderers. He found references to a sanctuary beneath the ocean near a forgotten isle, of a cross buried in volcanic ash, of a prayer carved into rock where no cleric had ever travelled. Each narrative guided him further away from the Vatican, yet somehow nearer to its actual essence. The enigma was never centred on authority. It was about recollection, about how something sacred could be more expansive than the walls erected to safeguard it. Now, as the last beams of twilight grazed the dome, Matteo closed his eyes. He saw visages in the luminescence, overlooked monks, nameless holy figures, voices of children who had breathed prayers into the atmosphere. They had never seen the Vatican, but the belief had reached them all the same. Perhaps, he mused, the greatest Vatican mystery was not what was hidden beneath marble or locked in repositories, but what had already been carried forth in stillness to the most remote corners of the globe. And perhaps, just perhaps, the conclusion of the narrative was not the Vatican itself. It was everything that came next. The space was still, not the quietude you encounter in a church during worship, but the profound, insistent stillness of long-held secrets. At the terminus of a narrow passage within the Vatican lies a pair of wooden portals, unadorned, old and without a gripping mechanism. No label, no engraving. Most pass by without even noticing them. But those who are aware pause and speculate. Over the centuries, countless conjectures have circulated about those portals. Some say they lead to a treasury. Others allege it is a prison of learning, a location where the church stores what it is afraid to obliterate. Only a handful of living individuals have passed through, and even fewer have returned, willing to discuss what they observed. One cardinal, years ago, whispered of a tome that oozed blood when opened. He was dismissed shortly thereafter, sent to a cloister in isolation. In the year 1929, when Vatican City officially became a sovereign entity, the Holy See quietly revised regulations regarding entry. That same year, 2 guards vanished, both assigned to the same passage. The explanation was immediate desertion, but one left behind a personal journal, its final page stained with ink, and a single sentence the door inhaled. Decades later, in the early 1970s, a Jesuit chronicler named Father Leon began researching discrepancies in the Vatican's authorized maps. He discovered mention of a third sacred area, never cited in any public document. His petition to gain access was declined. Weeks afterward, his private library in Rome mysteriously caught fire. No origin was ever determined, and yet despite all that concealment, the church continues to safeguard that passageway. Surveillance equipment was installed, guards rotate duties, and every new pontiff, without fail, is brought there, not with ceremony, but in the quiet hours before dawn. No dialogue, merely a fleeting look, a caution. Some believe the portals conceal a prophecy too perilous to be interpreted. Others think what lies inside is not a secret of the past, but of the future, a future the Vatican dreads. There is even a story, circulated quietly between pupils at the Pontifical Academy, of a young theology student who once successfully tampered with the lock. He found only darkness, but when he emerged, his hair had turned completely white. In a place where piety intersects with enigma, where holy people once walked and emperors deferred, even the most steadfast adherents know not all inquiries possess answers. And in the Vatican, where histories are frequently rewritten, where silence communicates more effectively than sermons, these portals remain unopened, unexplained and untouched by the passage of time. And still the entrances remain shut, not because they cannot be unsealed, but because someone, somewhere, believes they should not be. Thank you for viewing. All the way to the conclusion. If any of these obscure narratives caused you to pause and reflect or question what you believed you understood, inform us in the comments. We review every contribution, and if you appreciated this expedition. If you are interested in the mysteries behind the Vatican's secured entrances, be sure to hit subscribe and activate the notification to ensure you never overlook what is upcoming. Stay curious, keep asking questions, and we'll see you in the next story.